public hearing back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Piquet, I saw here, maybe stepped back to grab coffee. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton. Here's Councillor Piquet is here. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. We had heard from everyone who were registered to speak and available to speak, and we gave them plenty of opportunities to speak, and I called their name multiple times. So we have done with we concluded hearing from the public. Now we are into questions to our administration. Once questions to administration have concluded, we will get to the next steps of the public hearing. So with that, Councillor Stevenson, you were next on the list of questions. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up on the thread that I was asking before about some of the analysis that was done. So I think what I heard from administration was that the anticipated impact was going to be quite small. I think sort of about 200 units less, if I recall the slide.
So that was a combination of looking at permits that were permitted in 2024, because that's the complete data set, as well as using ideas, number of what they expected in terms of a possible canceled projects within it. So there was about 70 projects in 2024, so you take 2 units away from that, and then there would be some rebalancing with some projects moving ahead at 6 still and some not, so they approximate 200 units.
So I just want to understand how that was validated. So the number of projects that wouldn't go ahead, what were the assumptions around that?
So not all projects are equal, and it's impossible to evaluate one lot at a time across the city when we're looking at...
Just to be mindful of time,
Yep.
Do you have a percentage? Was it 10%, 25% of projects that would move forward? What was the assumption there?
I think it's about a 15 to 20%.
15 to 20%. Okay, and then just in terms of our city plan goals, what I had understood, so there's a diagram in city plan that's like the circle, the green circle that shows the percentage between Infill and Greenfield.
Yeah, there's a number of diagrams. There's the green area chart as well.
Yeah, and again, the area chart sort of has years, whereas, city plan is more based on the population. So the circle, from how I interpret it, it's that, as we grow to 1.25, it was sort of that, I think, 65-35 split. And then the growth from 1.25 to 1.5 is when we're moving to the 50-50. So again, I'm just not understanding why we're feeling ahead of our goals, where it seems like at this population horizon, we should be moving closer to 50-50.
Sure, if we can get slide 21 up, that would be appreciated. So you're correct, city plans measured in population horizons. We're currently not at 1.25 million yet. We're well on our way there. We expect to be there within a year or two. Right now, we're seeing a 40% infill Greenfield split, which would take us out, if we were measuring in city plan projections, out to 2037 or 2038, which is the population horizon of 1.25.
So sorry, you're saying that we don't anticipate being at 1.5 until 2037?
At 1.5, it's probably further out than that in terms of looking at population projections, what our chief economist has said in terms of that next 250,000. Population is to slow down with lower immigration rates that has been directed by the federal government.
So I guess in all of this, I'm just unclear why it's a bad thing for us to be, I would argue, on track for our goals, and if we exceed those goals, what's the challenge in that, recognizing the many benefits that Infill has?
Nobody is saying that exceeding the goals is a bad thing. I think we have to take that as a whole in terms of a data point of where we are today and how our goals are achieving or advancing, and if we need to adjust to bring community along. And I think that is where our argument is right now, is that we are achieving our goals, exceeding our goals. We have an opportunity to level set and bring more community members along in the infill agenda, which is not just the RS zone. It's our big moves are in the nodes and corridors, and if we don't have that community buy-in, there's going to be issues as we move forward in terms of meeting those projections.
Yeah, and again, I guess I would just sort of question the community buy-in piece, and what has administration done to validate that 6 units is going to gain that?
So over the course of the last month, as well as public hearings, information sessions, since zoning bylaw was approved, the majority of opinion is that 8 is too much. Yes, there's some that say 8 is fine. I think we've heard from not only about 100 speakers here in this process, but on June 3rd, we were here for 14 hours hearing many of the same arguments. That community is not being brought along, and that 8 to 6 represents an opportunity to adjust.
But I didn't hear that.
Sorry, time.
Thanks.
We'll come back maybe next round. Councillor Knack?
I'd actually be on a second round because I got to ask.
Oh, you were
Yeah,
on the second
so
round.
I'll
All right.
let others go. Thank you.
Thank you for being fair. You were in second round too, Councillor Steele, so you were not being fair. Okay. I'm not expected to remember all those things, right? Have a weekend, right? So a lot of stuff went out of my mind. Okay. All right. Councillor Jens, are you first or second round? Okay. Councillor Rutherford, I know for sure didn't have a first round because I asked her.
Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
Put
Councillor
me at-
Rutherford,
put
go
me
ahead,
at the back.
please.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm going to stick with the same line of questioning. Because through this whole process, the one thing I've appreciated about the zoning bylaw is that it is always meant to be iterative. We're meant to learn, but we also want to be responsive and not reactive. So when administration came on June 3rd, they did not recommend going from 8 to 6 units. Through thoughtful recommendations. So the only thing that's changed since then is that some people came to committee and some people have come here today, but you gave your recommendation before we even heard the speakers at public hearing. So I'm really confused as to why that wasn't a recommendation then on June 3rd.
Councillor, the motion to move from 8 to 6 was approved by committee on June 17th.
I am fully aware of that. I'm asking if administration supports it now for all the reasons you have done today. Why was it not recommended as a course of action on June 3rd by administration? That is what I'm asking you.
So administration's best advice today is to approve the bylaw as is, as a whole,
So
including
what
the
has
design.
changed?
What has changed
And
is...
So like, have you consulted with, for example, the housing team between June 3rd or between June 17th and the public hearing recommendation? How is the housing team at the City of Edmonton engaged in this recommendation?
The City of Edmonton provides an integrated recommendation through administration's report and presentation. The housing team has been consulted as to how...
So what was sorry, finish your thought.
As to the effect of the 8 to 6 move. And it continues to be part of that recommendation. There are going to be projects that will not move forward in terms of meeting that 8 to 6 or the 6 to 8. But as a whole, and as we move forward, 6 is still feasible, and we still expect continued growth in that segment over the years.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I also know, and one of the things that I've been very concerned about, is anybody from the housing team on this call?
No.
Because I would like to know what they have said, because one of the things I've always brought up is my concern about tethering our affordable housing, which I've even heard from speakers today how important affordable housing is, the non-market affordable housing, or through this, not today, but through this hearing. But we've made a lot of our non-market tethered to market. So if our supply is constrained in any way, we affect the market, which affects our affordable housing goals.
Councillor Rutherford,
So,
sorry.
no, please go ahead,
I
Ms.
was just going to
Petrin.
say, Edmonton remains the most affordable city for market housing for a city with a population of over 1 million people. The small scale residential zone, when we first established the approach to that zone, when we did the zoning bylaw renewal, was to simplify the zone, enable diverse housing types, allow for more uses and activities, be flexible, but also being mindful of being compatible with the surrounding community and support
Yeah.
incremental infill. This
And the recommendations from June 3rd were to respond to, shortening the setback, doing the design considerations, even the motion that went on the floor for the side entrances, all achieve that. And in fact, in many smaller lots would already make it a 6-unit thing. So I don't understand why we're doing this overall context cap. But second of all, this argument that Edmonton remains the most affordable city, it's the most affordable city, but not equally across the city. And so a lot of our mature neighborhoods are not actually affordable. Thoughts on that?
No, I think that's fair, and we recognize it's not affordable for everyone, and so we have a number of tactics that we look to, find solutions, and the small-scale residential zone isn't the only solution. We have our
Absolutely.
affordable.
I don't actually think it's a solution for affordability, just to be clear. And I wrote a blog about that after the passing.
Okay,
But I'm just, I'll leave it there for now.
thank you. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure everyone front of me and then the first run. This is my first run. Thank you to be here today. Again, I know it's a long journey and for this public hearing. I do have a few questions. The first one, the question. We heard from one public speaker talk about the targets, our city's housing targets already meet. And then she provided some data and to demonstrate our targets already meet. So let's bring the argument point for us right now. We should pause to look at the balance between the housing supply and the market demands, and from that angle to look at this dual rezoning. So can you provide some thoughts and share about that? If the targets already achieved at this moment, and for our city's growth, so what is the best way or better way for us move forward to balance that supplies and market demands? So why we need to push so hard? That's his argument point I heard and from public speakers.
So, Councillor, as mentioned on Friday, we are meeting and exceeding our city plan goals in terms of infill as where we are today at that 40%. So that's one housing target. So as mentioned, through that analysis, there is an opportunity there to adjust. I wouldn't say pause, to adjust how we're bringing these units on and how we're bringing community along in that process, which is what the bylaw as a whole represents.
So I appreciate process right now. We try to adjust this to bring communities around, as we heard over and over from public speakers. So right now, the key argument point is if we already achieve the target, and we are moving towards exit the targets, and is there any way at this moment, and we could to look back to see and how we can achieve that goal better to bring community around and for this future city development. So I think that is the way I am looking. This is the way I try to figure out, and I get some advice from you as well. That is why this public hearing is really important. Also, administration advice recommendation is really important. So I found that there is gap there. We can reach the middle ground there. So that's my question come from.
So Councillor Rice, part of what we're hearing is an intent to see better development outcomes, given the impact of what community is feeling and seeing with some of the new infill happening. It's the cumulative impact of the number of units, privacy outlook, scale, design, and some of the operations around a new facility or new building in their community. And so before you today in the bylaw is regulation changes to the zoning bylaw in an attempt to address that. So there's one part that's design regulations and one part to reduce the number of units from mid-house or mid-block from 8 to 6.
So I understand that, and that is where I'm going to challenge you. From like design regulation piece, and I'm actually happy, and for some like design improvement, and because the goal for the design improvement is to protect some like the mature neighborhoods characters, and we make the new infill development more livable. So I agree that principle. But the challenge here and is not about this, is about right now, our public is still not along with our city for this development. No matter how much change or adjustment we're going to do, and then it seems there's still gap there. And so my question is, yes, we can improve some like design factors from technical perspective, but how we can achieve the goal really to bring community together with us, and then for all those development with the target, the points right now, say target already achieved, why we still keep pushing? And is there any way we could find that balance between the mature neighborhood and the newer development? And have our administration ever look at some strategy, and then from that angle for the newer development area perspective and from mature neighborhood perspective? I know my time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I want to quickly walk through the changes you're proposing, and how do you feel they are responding to some of the concerns that you heard from communities over the year through your engagement and feedback. So the first one I understand is the proposed row housing facade design that is currently only 7% of window and no entrance covering. And you're proposing to go that to 15% of window covering and then entrance covering. Can you walk me through how would that deal with some of the concerns that you have heard from the community?
So, Mr. Mayor, this design measure and these mitigation measures are really targeted at making the front of these buildings look like a front. So what we've observed, what we've heard is that these buildings, as they're put in the mid-block scenario, that the piece that faces the street looks like the side of a building because the way that unit orientation is being developed. So what these measures look to do is create that feeling of a traditional front where you have a majority of your windows facing it, you have a identifiable door and distinct door feature that helps provide that readability to the street that this is the front of the building, it's not the side.
So you listened, you had feedback, and you responded. And
Correct.
you think these changes response to those concerns?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one is the proposed maximum building length. Currently, it is 25.3 meters, right? Under the current bylaw.
Under the current bylaw, the maximum is 30 meters.
30 meters.
The average that we've seen through our analysis is in that 23 to 24 range.
Oh, I see. Okay. But you're further proposing to reduce that, are you?
So the proposal ahead in this bylaw right now is a maximum of 25 meters or half the site length. What this does is, and that average is not necessarily reflective of all the applications because it includes the ones that go all the way to 28, 29 meters. When you take some of those outliers out, you're in that range where you're about 23 or 22.
Got it.
So what we're looking at is minimizing that projection into the setback. We saw from speakers not only last week but a couple of weeks before where there was a scenario where there was an existing house in the middle of two new builds, and these new builds extended quite far back into the rear setback,
Right.
which caused a number of issues. So limiting that length of that building is important to allow that sensitive integration.
Okay, again, you listened, you responded, but one concern I heard about that during the folks who want, I think this is misleading to say that public is against these changes because public has diversity of opinions. We heard those diversity of opinions here too, right? There are people who are in favor, people who are against, people who want some more changes. I think not everybody in the public is against infill development, but one feedback that we had was that by limiting that building length to 50% of the site depth or 25 meter eliminates the opportunities to build 3-bedroom family-oriented housing.
So I wouldn't say that's a fact across the board. That may be in a discrete project and the way the site layout is done. What we're looking to achieve there is breaking up the massing, and we leave that opportunity to developers in how they want to achieve their building outcomes to arrange within that unit or within that area of the site floor. It doesn't mean that all sites can accommodate 3 bedrooms. Maybe on smaller sites it's not feasible to also achieve 3 bedrooms and 8 units.
Okay.
What I would say in totality as you contemplate 8 to 6 is that when you move to that 6, you allow more opportunity for those units to have different configurations to achieve greater square footage to achieve those 3-bedroom outcomes.
Okay. And then the side setbacks? Can you speak to those two? How do they respond to some of those, what you heard?
So what we heard that there was a functionality and operational problem on the side setbacks where we had units facing the side and as well as having that reduced, or not to reduce, meeting the minimum setback of 1.2 meters. It is not physically possible to include a pathway, stairways, window wells, and access and egress. So what we were seeing was a lot of stairwells protruding into this setback, obstructing the ability for people to come in and out of the building. So this side setback responds to that so that we can include all of those operational outcomes.
Yeah, I have more questions. I'll come back because I think debate is more than what is 8 to 6. I think there's a lot of other changes you're making that response to community concerns. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Wright. You haven't had a first round, right? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So I don't know if I can ask this in a public hearing because it's not necessarily land use, but so I will be guided. We heard from a lot of speakers that a lot of speakers spoke about renters versus homeowners and that. And I'm just wondering, is there any study or data that would show what makes a better neighbor, a renter or a homeowner?
People in general make good neighbors, whether they're renting or owning.
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing that would support that one way or another. Okay, and then I'm just wondering about, with the density of neighborhoods, we use like housing units, right? Not necessarily population.
Depends in what context. Typically in planning terms, we look at dwellings per hectare, which is a function of the number of units over the area.
Okay, and so for like in the ward I represent, there's a lot of multi-generational homes or households, but in some of the more mature and redeveloping neighborhoods, that might be 1 or 2 or maybe 3 people a house. I'm just wondering, do we need... This will help to increase sort of the population density and help to revitalize those older neighborhoods?
Our general infill goals are just that, to look to increase the unit count and the diversity of housing in the mature neighborhoods, to provide that opportunity for a number of different housing and arrangements to meet the demands of Edmonton's growing population. The suite of amendments support this as well. It just represents an adjustment. So I think there is a reality there that the city plan and the city's goals are looking to aim to increase infill through the different objectives and programs that we are doing to do that, to meet that goal.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also wondering, I know this is a one-year review, but I've been alerted to some development in my ward where the permit has been issued, but construction hasn't even started. So has 1 year been actually long enough for us to do a real thorough assessment?
I think 1 year offers a opportunity to get a glimpse. It is one data point. We do also track existing and current permits as well. And what we're seeing there is an increasing trend of the pace of change in terms of the uptake of multi-unit housing in the RS zone.
So do we have an idea of like how many permits have been issued and then have now fully completed construction?
Not on hand. I think we can figure that out through the development permit and the building permit data. However, what I would say is that the data that is presented, whether it's development permits or building permits, offers a look ahead as to what's going to happen. So it's not only a current look, but it's a future look, and how we can analyze and measure that is equally important as to what's been built and constructed. And we know that once these get under construction, there is a lot of feedback from community members because it's happening live.
Okay, so that's under construction, but what about once people move into the area? Do we have anything to show what the impact of that is, positive or negative?
I think in general, the spectrum is mixed. There's good feelings and bad feelings out it. We've had corner lot row houses that have been built and rented out and lived in since, well, I don't know, the RF3 inception, as well as when we started rezoning corners to RF3 in around 2016, 2017. And in general, those corners have performed well.
Okay.
Councillor Wright, I'll just add that the RS zone reflects a consolidation of quite a few zones from the previous zoning bylaw that was everything from a single detached residential to a multi-unit. And so we're seeing, a lot more diversity. So we're seeing a lot of the goals that we're looking for in terms of diversity of housing types, a range of uses, meeting the needs of different people. These changes in the bylaw before you today are really a reflection to fine-tune that, given what we're seeing and projecting based on the number of permits and the impact along with the community and community feedback.
Yeah, so the design changes will help, I guess, maybe some of the public perception that they're just not blocks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to pick up on some of the questions I was asking last time we were here. Yeah, so a question around sort of scaling the units of a building in response to site conditions and the lot size itself, I guess. And maybe this comes back to why is there a cap in place and not necessarily relying sort of solely on the lot size to determine how many units would be appropriate on a site?
So in the existing bylaw, there's both. There's both scaling and the cap, 75 square meters per unit and 8 units mid-block. As we move forward with the approval and the development of the new zoning bylaw, we look to balance the impact with the realities of achieving that community buy-in. We saw in existing RF3 communities that have been developing and redeveloping for the past 50 years, that 8 units could work. And as that's gone through and that iterative process has moved forward, there is some pushback in the RF3's communities as well. But in general, that's how the balance between the unit cap and the site area was configured. Because if
Is the site area not a better tool to be able to sort of toggle if we are hearing those concerns? Maybe from, like, I know it's 75 right now. Just thinking again about sort of that scalability and more universal application, I guess.
There's a balance. From a pure technical perspective, the area works. However, there's a piece around clarity in terms of what's allowed to be built, what's expected to be built there by both community and developers. So there's a balance there.
Did we, we didn't have that in our previous bylaw, right? We didn't have a cap. It was purely site area?
In the
Or
RF3, there was,
was there?
yep.
It was a minimum of one dwelling, one principal dwelling per 150 meters square.
Right. Okay, thank you for that answer. I want to pick up on something that was shared by a number of speakers just around the entrances along alleys and public walkways. And yeah, just sort of that contextual piece. That is something that we can do some further work on, potentially?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I also wanted to ask about the typical process for amendments like the ones that we're discussing today. Recognizing sort of the design components that have come forward and the ones that were originally recommended by administration. There was sort of, sounds like a fair amount of background work and groundwork that was done before bringing those forward. How were changes to things like unit count made in the past, like pre-ZBR? If that kind of change was proposed, what was the typical process? What work would lead up to that?
So in general, sometimes governments move fast and sometimes they move slow. I think it depends in the context that you're in. In previous years, as we look to advance, we'll say the RF1 zone to allow additional units or allow different unit splits, there was a process in which there would be some engagement on it, both industry and community. There would be a proposal to Urban Planning Committee. Urban Planning Committee would direct administration to come to public hearing, and then there would be a public hearing. So similar to this process, but I would say this has been accelerated through the different checkpoints with council, and administration's responding to those checkpoints as it moves forward and doing its best to bring its fulsome recommendation forward to council today. So there's been a lot of feedback that's been gathered through the one-year review in terms of both the analysis of the design mitigations presented, as well as general feedback to the acceptance of it. And this feedback is ongoing and live as we go through this process in terms of what we heard through public hearings, not related to exactly the RS, but as well as the June 3rd public hearing, and then that ongoing listening that's occurring ongoingly. I guess that's a lot of ongoing, but there's a lot of listening going on, and there's a lot of feedback being provided in a short amount of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for this, and thanks for going through the past week with us and change. I'm curious, fundamentally, we're having this debate on, number of units per building, and I'm trying to discern what the actual issue is that people want to solve, because when we heard from speakers, that was sort of the basket, but the concern seemed to be almost a whole range of things that had nothing to actually do with 8 to 6.
Councillor, I think that reflects the wide range of perspectives out there, and also the fear that's being felt. Legitimate or not, I think those are people's emotions, and those emotions direct people to act in different ways. What we heard and seen is that overall the impact is large of the move from the previous zoning bylaw to now in that RS zone. Whether that's unit count, which then further goes into the waste conversation, into the parking conversation in terms of the how the operations work, the activity on site, as well as how the site is being utilized and maximized to hit those 8 units.
No, I understand all of that. And that's what I mean. What you're giving me is all the things that people are actually concerned about. And so I'm just trying to understand this 8-6 debate becoming the symbolic element of what should be very practical considerations. And that's what I'm trying to, that's the needle I'm trying to thread here.
So Councillor Paquette, I think further to the direction provided from Urban Planning to Committee around the direction of 8-6 as a change, we certainly had to contemplate and reflect on whether we would support that or not. And I believe that it's the cumulative impact of all of the things that form this package in terms of some fine-tuning to this small-scale zone that administration supports. And so from a community perspective, we recognize this won't solve all the problems, or all the concerns that we've heard. And certainly from an industry perspective, we've heard concerns expressed there as well, although some industry members have spoken support.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm looking at is land use. And the land use changes, I think, are very positive. Whether you've got 6, 8, 12, 4, 1, whatever, it doesn't matter. The units, it seems to me, when you look at what the actual concerns from the community are, it was the this towering structure beside them. It was the way that it jutted out. All these things that we are addressing, and that's why I'm just looking for extremely clear answer on the 6 to 8 component, because it sounds like it's an emotional argument that actually doesn't address the physical land use concerns.
So, Councillor, when we look at creating policy, which this regulation is essentially policy, we look to balance the needs of our goals as well as the community. We have a long-term journey here ahead of us in terms of infill. We need to make sure that we are responsive and adjust as we go forward so that we maintain our upwards and our progressive trajectory. What we are hearing and seeing from community is that we haven't hit that right balance just yet. I think the 8-6 not only addresses some of those operational considerations around parking and waste and activity, but it also helps bring community along.
And Councillor Paquette, I would just add, if we look at our infill journey over the last, say, 10 years, we've made incremental changes over time and have realized some extreme success, whether it be elimination of single detached residential, open option parking, lot splits, etc.
I apologize. Can I pause you there? I get all that. I understand every single bit of that. And in my question, I have not yet heard a practical reason for this. I think that what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, the position is that this is a highly charged emotional issue. It may not actually have a lot of practical impact, but the idea is to maybe take a step back, breathe, and allow the community to sort of get more familiar with the concepts and the reasons and the fundamental why we're doing this, and then proceed.
I think that's fair to say. City plan is a transformational vision, and it's important to bring Edmontonians along on that journey. And I think that I recognize you're out of time. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you so much. So that is the conclusion of round 1 of questions. Can someone move the second round, please?
So moved.
Second.
So, Councillor Rice moved it, and Councillor Wright seconded it. Okay. All right. Please vote to for additional round.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. I think Councillor Jans.
Yeah,
That's
May
a
I?
nice
Please.
T-shirt.
Thank you.
Shirt, sorry.
thank you. Waste bins. When are we, I saw that as subsequent work. When's that coming forward?
So there's current ongoing work around waste, which allows for shared bins or communal bins if the developer so chooses. But the additional waste work, I believe, will come back next year.
So what's the holdup? Why isn't it as simple as just giving bigger bins?
It's a complicated scenario. Waste has just unveiled the the 2-cart process, so there's some ongoing learnings there. There's also operational considerations around if everything is on a big bin scenario. Those are very difficult to fit on site when you're trying to maximize the unit count. They take up a lot of space. There's a lot of on-site turning, so that's not the optimal solution. Mullocks are in the ground options. We don't have the technology to remove them. That would require new trucks. So there are intensive capital ramifications of changing how we collect waste and also meeting the ongoing operations of removing waste from site. We know people generate waste. We know how much. So if we don't provide enough, what will happen is that it will just go into the public spaces.
So I'm thinking of an existing, I think it's a 12-plex in Grosvenor. They would have had waste, it's been there for 20 years. They would have had waste 5 years ago. Were they allowed congregate bins or something?
I'm not certain on every situation out there. They could have had communal bins. They could have individual collection as well. So there's a number of factors tied in. Right now, billing is tied to your water meter, and each one of these are individually water metered. And so if we're billing for a service, we expect to deliver a service. So there's a lot of pushes and pulls in here that we need to deal with.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear there's complexity. I hear there's also shared recognition, it's an issue. And I hear it'll be solved in a year.
There will be solutions.
And will those solutions be retroactive? Like if somebody did build a multiplex and they want to go to a new model, are they eligible or is it sort of a going forward?
There's a two-prong there. There's going forward because our time for reviews at the development process. Once we achieve some viable options there, and we see that those work, those can be offered to previously approved ones. However, there's been site construction and development and operations on there, so it may preclude some of those options.
And garbage day is 1 day a week when the bins have to be out for pickup, but the rest of the time it's up to the owner or the building where they put the bins, how they store the bins, etc. Like even if there's not a regulated City of Edmonton way to handle bins, is there?
No, and I think that speaks to some of the issues as well. A lot of these new builds this is the first time on having to deal with site operations. Previous developers have maybe been doing singles or semis, but on scale, it becomes a different problem. And so there's some learning there on both sides.
But there's no bylaw that says when it's not waste day, bins must be out of sight to neighbors or something.
There is not. Typically, they're stored either off to the side in visible range of everyone or in other manners.
Is there a threshold? I believe if you're a apartment, you have congregate bins, but at what's the line? Is it 25 users or something?
I'm not sure what the line is, but there is a scalability factor there. Any multi-unit building, probably above a row house, you're looking at communal bins.
Right. So it's not based on population, it's based on size?
It's based off of size as well as how it's built.
Okay. So not to dwell on it, but I hear we're working on it. I hear shared recognition. I hear it's coming forward. And no further motion is required. This is underway?
It's underway.
Okay. And again, we still don't have the number of, I'm almost out of time. I'll come back for another round.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor. So a number of other questions before I come to the unit count one. Had some questions from the Glenora Community League about fire rescue and their involvement, their ability to review both the original zoning bylaw renewal recommendations in 2023 and then the ones today. I believe all of these applications are circulated through everything, but can you give me a little more detailed rundown specifically on how fire rescue was or wasn't involved?
So Fire Rescue was involved as a reviewing agency in both the original development of the new bylaw as well as these changes to ensure safe and efficient movement on site. So the big concern here is, can you fit a fire person and all of their equipment down the side yard? Okay. And that has been evaluated, and the answer is yes. Okay,
and so with these because now we're asking potentially for a slightly larger side setback depending on the requirements, that again would only further help them access, correct? That, so were they concerned about the first one? Because I don't recall seeing that in the original zoning bylaw, that they had concerns with the side setback. I get why we're suggesting to change it now. I just want to get a sense of, did we hear that previously?
There was no concerns. We have a long history of dealing with zero lot lines. We did a lot of work to achieve the 1.2 meter combined setback between the two housing units in Greenfield. So that learning has been used and translated to the new bylaw.
And if they had flagged anything for a concern, that would either be, you would either use that to make a change before it comes, or you would document that in the report. There's a way to ensure that that's documented if they had any concerns.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And they would, and just again for clarity, this happens on all rezoning applications, not just the city-wide changes. Any rezoning application gets circulated through a number of city departments and branches.
Correct. There's a spider web of review agencies that review rezonings and subdivisions.
So whether it's a one-off, not that, I know I shouldn't use the one-off term because it's not, that's necessarily it, but whether it's a single lot or whether it's a citywide, we're doing the same process.
More robust if it's citywide.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I want to ask about the height, because I'm going to go to some of the questions around massing. So when we made the change from 8.9 meters to 10.5, there was also a change in how the building was measured too, correct?
Height is measured based on the average grade. So basically, when a development permit application is made, a plot plan is submitted, the four corners of the site are used to determine average grade. That distance to main floor height is added to main floor height to the mid-roof of the house. So that has not changed from the previous bylaw.
Okay, so that's the same. So I'm not an expert on the measurement side of things, so let's just walk me through. Is there anything that has changed that would, because I think, and this is the problem, I think especially some of the examples I've seen in Crestwood are beside not quite the, they're not beside an 8.9 meter high home, they're beside something less than that. So just to be clear then, let's assume there was an 8.9 meter high home under the old rules and then somebody built the 10.5. The way we measured that is identical, so we should truly only be talking about a 5.25 foot height difference between something under the old rules and something under the new rules.
Correct. A number of things have occurred as well. That extra 1.5 meters or 5 feet has allowed for that third story, so that perception of massing has changed. Also, we no longer limit the height of the finished floor. So before, there was a maximum that the main floor could be out of the ground because of various technical reasons having to do with sewer elevation and having to have sub pumps and everything else, and the idea that people in basements enjoy 9-foot ceilings. That has changed, so that finished floor is higher up, which also adds to that perceived height.
So, okay, that's helpful. So what I'm just making sure I'm clear. You're just talking about, but the actual tangible difference, visually, it might look different, but we are talking, if we're beside a new 8.9 meter high home, we should not be going more than 5.25 feet above that.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so that's actually helpful information. I'm going to be out of time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was reflecting on some of the answers, and having been around for some of these changes, I was reflecting on again how we've sort of brought community along through the infill journey. So, I believe you were both here when skinnies and duplexes were introduced.
Correct.
And my recollection is that there was a lot of community pushback, a lot of concern. Is that your recollection as well?
There was community pushback, yes. I don't think it's to the level today. I think I tried to count the infill groups that have popped up, and we're up to 6 or 7, and they continue to march on. So I think the level of involvement, the scope of change is different
But
in
then-
terms of how we're bringing this forward and how, in terms of how this has been brought forward.
But then how did we address that though? What was the strategy in the past in terms of bringing community along? My memory is that it was, around increasing enforcement, having the Infill liaison team, improving practices, getting better construction outcomes. That's the path I remember in the past.
In addition, there was strict limitations on the subdivision of the lot size. So that was brought in by council to further limit, to adjust what could be allowed and what could be split. So there's always that continual refinement. It's a working with all the tools that we have available. And I would say the scale of change when we're talking about lot splits versus previous zoning bylaw to today is different in terms of the impact.
Do we have those metrics though in terms of the number of skinnies versus the number of eightplexes?
What we have from 2024 is that 50% of the RS development permits were developed as multifamily, 6 and above. And below that is the various unit configurations, whether it's 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think something else that was different last time is that we didn't have people coming out to speak in support of these changes. That's a really new feature that I don't recall from the past.
I think there was a level of, or a spectrum as well. I think the level of support from 10 years ago may have changed.
And I think particularly sort of outside of industry, having citizen groups coming and speaking in favor, that seems like a new, something that's new as well. Yes?
I can't recall, but I'm sure you're correct.
Yeah. So I guess, and again, maybe just to wrap that up, like I think we did see success through those efforts, right? In terms of improving construction accountability, in terms of that, like it has come to be that skinnies and duplexes are very, very well accepted, broadly accepted, I think, as we've heard. So I'm just wondering well, okay, maybe there's not a question there. Just in terms of success metrics moving forward, I think this is also where I struggle with what we base this on moving forward. So how do we measure success? If next year we see a slowdown, is that success?
So I think in terms of success, I would say there's a number of measures in terms of what our permits and permits levels are. Obviously, those are reflective of different population gains, so it's not a pure measure of success. I think there's also where the community's at and how that is measured, which is not scientific by any means.
Yeah. So how would we measure that? So again, I'm just struggling. Like if we see a drop in permits next year, then do we feel that these changes have been successful?
The goal here is not to see a drop of permits. The suite of changes is to adjust and mitigate some of the impact to bring that community along. I think one of the measures of success, if you want cold, hard data, which I think is very difficult in terms of measuring the temperature or the emotions of the population, is to go out there and talk to them. I think we can do that through engagement. You can do that as counselors to measure that. That's not a qualitative measure. It's quantitative, or sorry, it's not quantitative, it's qualitative, but that will always be the case.
Yeah, and I'll reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So some of my questions, I heard some answers there, but I still have a few questions here. So right now in front of us, there are 2 regulations amendments, and we need to approve. So one is design, one is unit numbers. So I will get to the later about the impact. So those 2 specifically related to the infill development. And then with the existing bylaw approved back to 2023 October, so I want to ask for other few items here is parking regulation. So parking regulation, so I put a motion on June 3rd, and that motion was voted down by council. So parking regulation will not be changed at this moment. So I want to be confirmed. But that is another big topic we heard over and over, and then residents have concerns. That is one. So another one is mixed use. So mixed use, neighborhood mixed use zoning, and in the existing bylaw, and right now, the amendment is not reflect that piece as well. So that piece will keep the same.
Correct to both.
Okay. So if that is the case, a procedural question and to administration or to city clerk, and for this vote, if we are voting for these amendments, is we have to vote as whole, or we can vote separate for these two regulation changes?
You're voting on the bylaw as a whole unless
So
it is amended.
So we cannot separate them.
You can't separate parts of a bylaw, no.
Okay. I do have a concern, and for the parking, I tried just again and again, but I never can get to the point. And also some mixed use, I heard lots of concern for that as well. So we are not just the concerns from public regarding the mixed use as well. So that's clear. Thank you, that's helpful. So
Councillor, just before you move on, for
Yeah.
clarification on the mechanics of the bylaw is presented as a whole to you.
Yeah.
If you wanted to delete a portion, you would bring forth a motion, but you can't vote for one and not vote for the other piece.
Okay. Do we still allow to put amendments after June 3rd, June 17?
Yes, you can always amend the bylaw once we get to that point.
Okay, so we still
Yeah,
can put
yeah.
amendments there. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, we just have to consider whether the bylaw would need to be referred back to administration to be re-advertised or not. So depending on the scope and scale of what you
Of
might
the
be-
amendments.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So another one, I'm going to ask from the business industrial perspective, because we do heard like builders come to talk about the concern for the rule change in the middle of the process, because these two change, design change and unit change, will impact the permit. So do you have a specific idea right now how we proceed this, move forward this? We just immediately and take effective, so that means all those permits need to send back to them, or you have the timeline and to do that? And what is administration take on that piece specifically?
So in the June 3rd committee voted to make the changes effective immediately. So if council moves forward with any of these bylaw changes, they'll become effective when the vote is complete. That'll mean that the permits that are currently in review will have to be revised. There'll be a period where developers and applicants decide what to do with their permits. So they'll have to be revised if they want to proceed to be in alignment with the new regulations.
So like how many? Is it 74? Or so what number you have right now?
There's about 70.
70, how about this? 70, okay. So that's lots of the impact there as well. The next question, I still want to go back my earlier question. Do you have the data or have information already analysis done and then between the housing supplies and the market demands? And because that data could be really helpful and for us to look at how we move forward.
So, Councillor, as mentioned, data is provided around city plan targets, and that includes housing availability versus the development and achievement of those outcomes. We've also provided recently the housing affordability report, which includes a CMHC report as well, which has stated that Edmonton is affordable, remains affordable, and
I'm
doesn't.
not talking about that. I am specifically requesting the housing supplies.
So the affordability
quantity.
piece is tied to the housing supply, and what CMHC is saying right now is that there isn't a shortage of housing to meet our affordability goals.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just thinking of the other concerns that were brought up by the speakers. Was the zoning bylaw renewal or the review at all meant to address the concerns that we heard about builders, about safety risks and that?
Can you clarify?
Well, sort of unsafe sites or disrespectful of adjacent property owners. Is there other ways that we're dealing with those and helping residents?
Yeah, so that's outside the zoning bylaw. Obviously, the
Okay.
zoning bylaw enables a number of different development outcomes. That's on the other end of the process in terms of safety permits and compliance. So those pieces are dealt with and monitored and enforced upon through different compliance teams.
Okay, so there's nothing that we could do to amend the zoning bylaw that would help that respect? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and then in regards to Councillor Rice's motion about the parking and that, I think we did extensive engagement and analysis with the open space parking? And how far back was that?
So open option parking
Open
was
option.
brought in 2020, so about 5 years ago. And there was analysis and engagement on that in terms of how parking was being provided in commercial and communities, and the choice was made to remove those regulations.
Okay, and was there any analysis done as far as like how many vehicles per household that people had?
So included, not in the report itself, but ongoing reflection in terms of how we responded to Councillor Rutherford's motion on parking provisions. What we found is that on average, there's about 0.5 parking spaces provided per unit through the RS zone right now.
Okay, that's number of parking spaces provided, but not necessarily showing what the demand is.
Correct. There was no extensive study in terms of what and how many cars per unit was being asked for.
Okay, and I think, and maybe this isn't to you, but maybe it is more for ETS, but our transit ridership has hit a high, hasn't it? Like about 1.3 million per month? Like people are using transit more?
People are using transit more. It proportionately remains relatively stable in terms of the population growth.
Okay, stable in terms of the you mean it's growing with population or it's steady?
Per capita, it's steady.
per capita.
Overall, transit ridership is increasing.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I'm sure it's in the report, but maybe not. The 120 some odd infill applications that were referenced in the report, how many of them are mid-block 8-unit applications? Oh, if you can't hear me. Of the about 120 some projects listed in the report, how many are mid-block 8 units? So there's different calculations there. Are you talking about all row houses and then in that bucket between corners and mid-blocks? No, just mid-block and using the infill data under the new zoning bylaw.
It's about 50%.
And how many is that?
70 in 2024. We're on track right now for approvals of about 160 to date, and we have some additionals in the queue right now.
Okay, so 160 mid-block 8-unit.
6 and above.
I'm asking about 8-unit.
So in 2024, there were 56, and in 2025, up until June 19th, there was 103 8-unit mid-block row house applications.
So 103 total.
103 for 2025 up until June 19th, and 56 in 2024.
So 179.
Roughly.
Okay, all right. So, okay, it's just important to note. Okay, and so just doing some quick math in my head, that would be about like a little between 250, 300 units that would not be there under the, if everything was just 6.
So it would be about 200 units. Yeah, about 300 units, sorry.
Yeah, in that range. I'm not going to do all the math right now on the fly, but close enough. So I'm trying to think about what the actual impact of all of this is, because that doesn't sound like a lot, and the applications don't sound like a lot. You know, up by Clairview, we've got some transit-oriented development going up that is like easily matches all those unit counts in total. And that's just one development by Clearview. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the actual impact, positive or negative, on all of this.
So if we want to talk about the unit count on a citywide scale, it's not a lot. We expect these units to go to different spots within the infill communities, whether it's on corner lots. If you're losing those 300 units on the mid-block, makes corners more attractive. It also makes larger buildings or larger development on nodes and corridors more attractive as well, just in terms of creating some of that concentration and meeting our infill goals there. From a community perspective, different communities are feeling this differently. There's a different pace of change in each of the communities. It typically follows the age of the neighborhood, and that will advance further and further out as the age of the houses reach that redevelopment potential. That impact is felt differently on block, whether you're beside it or next to it. But in general, what we're hearing is that the impact is large. There's a lot of them, which is also contributing to that cumulative effects. A lot of them, not pure by numbers in terms of lots in Edmonton versus the amount of development, but lots in terms of redevelopment and that scale of redevelopment. When you're first experiencing infill, it's no longer that first your bungalow to your skinny or your narrow home. You're going from a bungalow to 8 units. So
we're going back to the emotional experience.
Correct.
Okay, so and that is an important factor. Like let's not ignore that. That is an actual important factor because, and this is, I guess, my last question for you on this is that the impact of individual voices in media or social media is that, and correct me if I'm wrong on this zoning stuff, it can take what are extremely small numbers in the grand scheme of things and blow it up to feel like it's a citywide issue. Is that fair to say?
I'm not a social media expert or how it works.
But we are talking about the emotion, so that's...
There is emotions. Yeah. What we have is the number of feedback points that we receive through this exercise, as well as rezoning and commentary around its impact.
Yeah, and I appreciate your answers. I'm just trying to figure this out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Piquet. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I think there's a lot of numbers being thrown around. So I heard something like 103, those are development permits?
That's correct.
Great. And on your last slide, 23, those are unit counts. And it looks like 512 units are those mid-block 7+. That is very contentious, which is about 3% of the total units approved. And that was in 2024. And then you also mentioned 70 development permit, those are development permits that will be affected, correct?
Correct. That changes by the day, so that because we're still actively approving applications as this process goes on. So
as of today is 70, and then those are all mid-block 7+ units.
Correct.
Mid-block. Okay.
Correct.
And assuming everything here is puts forward, is approved, we move the intensification to all corner lots. I guess I'm just curious, at what pace do we run out of the room there?
So it's not taking away the opportunity. The big advantage is that was approved through zoning bylaw was not only the unit count, but it was the unit arrangement on site. So you've heard us before that we had 6 units as a base in the old zoning bylaw. That required to split the lot, create two houses, 2 secondary suites, and 2 garage suites.
Yep.
So the big move is to allow that unit configuration to happen all within one building, and that's where the site efficiencies and synergies move. And so we still expect 6 to move forward and provide those infill goals and
I
march
get
towards
that.
that.
So 6 plus, we're moving that essentially to the corners.
Correct.
Is there a pace that we might run out of space?
I think when we were talking on a citywide scale, that can accommodate a number of units. The RS zone applies pretty much everywhere inside the Anthony Henday. There's a lot of units and a lot of corners and a lot of mid-blocks, up to 6 that can absorb it.
Okay, and then I'm also intrigued by some of those recommendations from speakers around those light corners. So that could add more lots, essentially.
I think
for
there's
that
there's
intensification.
there's never a definitive end to the work and the evolving nature of the zoning bylaw. I think there's merit into looking at opportunities of where 8 can fit around transit centers, around nodes and corridors to help provide some of that extra pieces.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that, so I just want to signal that that's something I would like to direct. And then I guess I'm also curious, because I think last round I did ask about compliance, and people have said, you know, it's not so much about infill, it's about bad infill. And I think we should be cracking down on bad infill, and it sounds like we have a plan to do that. I have a kind of a very specific question. On attachment 2, under 4.3.4, around minimum interior size setback, you changed that to 1.5 to 1.9 meters to accommodate kind of a range of swale, pathway, window well, etc. Building code is 2 meters. Is that right?
It's typically 1.2 is the minimum.
That's the building code? And there's no maximum?
There's a combination of factors, so they would take into account the window openings and other considerations.
I guess I was just curious why we didn't go to 2, just to make it a little bit.
So we tried to not take more than what was necessary. When you add up all the features that were being considered, it came out to 1.81 meters. So we did round it up slightly to 1.9.
Okay. Great, thank you. That was something flagged for me. And then can you talk a little bit about the impact of, we've heard we need this immediately implemented. We've heard 3 to 4 month grace period. We've heard 1 year. Like, can you talk a bit about the impact of the timelines?
So I think when we're changing things and we are where we are today, I think clarity is of utmost importance. Clarity for community in terms of what can and can't be built, clarity for development industry.
So what you're recommending today, though, is immediate.
That was brought forth by committee on June 3rd, and we're recommending that administration's best advice is to follow that.
And then have you looked at the implications of extending that?
So we've looked at a number of scenarios. In June 3rd, we had a scenario where we effectively had 2 bylaws and 2 sets of regulations in place at the same time, which allowed some existing applications to move forward in effect under the old bylaw. That opportunity has been removed, so you only have 2 options here today, either effective immediately or a date effective, which creates uncertainty and clarity issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think just a couple final questions. I know, again, going back to the recommendations from administration and committee, the recommendation was to give a bit of a grace period related to when this change would come into effect if the decision is made today. And we heard some serious concerns from committee, and I think Councillor Rice was asking a line of questioning that I want to just kind of reinforce in terms of, you know, that wasn't your recommendation to have it effective immediately, and it seems like we've always kind of staggered the implementation based on already existing applications in queue. So I guess is it administration's recommendation to support immediately changing it, or would admin recommend that staggered approach or that like phasing in?
Where we are today, Councillor, the recommendation is to support the effective immediately. As mentioned, this provides some clarity. The other option is a future date that it is effective or becomes effective. What that does right now in terms of how that differs from the solution that was provided in June 3rd is that the community is uncertain as to what is being approved and when. So they'll not understand that an 8 is being permitted, even though council directed 8 to 6, if that's the will of council. The other issue there is in terms of administrative and operational concerns around accepting applications up into that effective date, so it doesn't provide clarity for industry in terms of when their application can and can't be reviewed under the old rules. So that clarity is of utmost importance right now, and that allows community development, industry, and administration to proceed as one.
Okay, and I'm just I'm really like, I'm trying to really understand some things because I've been here for 3.5 years now, almost 4, and I've heard so many times from administration, from industry about the need for certainty and, need like any kind of decisions that take away those commitments that have been made that industry has built itself around are usually not recommended. So again, this feels very different in what I'm hearing today to everything I've heard up until this point.
Councillor Rutherford,
And
further
so I'm
to the,
trying to square that.
yeah, appreciate that. And, further to the direction from committee that required or asked, directed that the bylaw be effective immediately, that's reflected in the bylaw here today.
Yeah.
Given the overall conversation happening with community, looking for clarity on what is permitted on small scale residential, it is a recommendation that these rules be effective immediately, and it gives industry, community, and administration clarity and focus on what's expected. And so that's what's in the bylaw before you.
Yeah, but it doesn't it not create a chilling effect? Because that's what I've heard before. And I know this because we've moved motions, we've talked about even substantial completion. And the constant conversation has been, like we or even subdivisions that were approved 15 years ago, don't amend them because even if they're not ideal to city plan now, we've given that commitment. So I'm just so confused as to, so does this mean, so if I'm understanding this correctly, like what I'm taking away from this is that amendments to anything are open, because clearly if we hear from Edmontonians that it's not the way we want to go, such as urban sprawl, we should be making modifications. So that is what I'm taking away from this conversation, which is different than what I've taken up till this point. So is that the message that administration wants me to take away?
No, Councillor Rutherford, I think, we want to proceed with clarity to create an environment that's predictable for investment.
But this isn't predictable. This is people that have, like we heard from speakers, that they designed their projects under the assumption of the zoning bylaw that was in place, and now a lot of those projects are not going to be viable, or they're going to lose money, and is that not going to create a chilling effect on the market?
It will have an impact on the applications that are in flight that haven't had a decision, but we take direction from Urban Planning Committee in terms of the bylaw before you today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a few more questions about whether or not a bit more of a nuanced approach was considered as it relates to unit count in RS on a site that might be, close to a primary, secondary corridor in a node or close to transit versus one that is not. And just very different contextual scenarios. Is there, or was there any consideration of that kind of approach that might be a little bit more tailored?
As we evaluated the 8-6 motion that was approved by committee, a number of these scenarios came up in terms of how does the 8-6 balance off the needs of community while meeting the needs of city plan and directing development towards nodes and corridors and those opportunities there. That was balanced off with the predictability and clarity that you do get, and in terms of that strict number. As I said earlier, I think there is merit in a conversation as to where 8 can still be achieved and still meet our goals around that concentration around nodes and corridors and transit. There's also a flip side of things in terms of where we expect the most gains of infill, and those are in those nodes and corridors in those big projects. So how does the unconsolidated lots sort of affect those? It's not a simple, straightforward answer in terms of there's a direct cause and effect of it. There's multitudes of factors that come into it. But I think, to your point, there is some additional work that can be done to look at other opportunities if council were to move forward with 6, to have that conversation with community and open dialogue to help bring them along, and also have those council expectations set, that 6 is that floor, and then where is 8 possible. So it creates that opportunity to have some of that more fine-tuned planning in the neighborhood level.
Councillor Salvador, this is a reflection of a one-year review where we've consolidated a number of zones from the previous bylaw, and so trying to achieve all things. That's the point of monitoring and continued fine-tuning in terms of the bylaw changes.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess thinking about if that is the direction that things go, I could foresee there being sort of a relationship between some of the direction that's provided through district planning around where that sort of additional scale or additional density might be appropriate. Is that sort of how those two would work with one another?
It's all connected.
Yeah. Okay. And again, I'm reflecting on some of the things that were shared from speakers, particularly Speaker Bob Summers, just about how we're considering the other layers of work that we're doing around priority growth areas, for example, and sort of taking that step back and looking at the work we're doing around land use in its totality. How does that factor into what administration is recommending today, and sort of directing some of that growth towards those PGAs?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that that's where our significant gains are expected to be seen. So we need to maintain that positive momentum and that acceptance to do those big moves. And this council in the last 4 years has done a number of big moves to meet those objectives of city plan and district plans, including, the approval of district plans and zoning bylaw renewal, as well as the rezoning of priority growth areas. So trying to hit a number of targets in flight. That's the overall sort of, we'll call it the infill in the RS, but as well as wanting to concentrate those efforts in the nodes and corridors in those priority growth areas, because that's where the greatest efficiencies are found in terms of infrastructure, in terms of dollars spent by the city, in terms of providing amenities, et cetera.
And Councillor Salvador, that's an important reflection in terms of part of the rationale in terms of the justification from 8 to 6 in the mid-block small-scale zone.
Sorry, just elaborate on that.
So part of the rationale in terms of, and I recognize that wasn't in the June 3rd Urban Planning Committee report, but subsequent to being directed to include a reduction from 8 to 6, we looked at all of these other policy levers and actions that we're taking as a city to encourage intensification along our nodes and corridors, which is part of how we came to support a reduction from 8 to 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Actually, I believe with the change in deputy mayors, it would be Councillor Knack.
Oh, we have. Councillor Knack.
Informed me of that.
Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
Sure, happy to take the chair.
Thank you so much. On June 3rd, we heard from a number of speakers, and we heard from industry and those who were pro-infill. There weren't many concerns raised on some of the design changes, the shrinking of the envelope and side and the depth of the wall. That's my understanding, right? I think what shocked probably the difference from that presentation to these presentation were around reduction from 8 to 6.
I think a number of things happened between June 3rd and last Wednesday in terms of the number of speakers either for or against. I think there was a number of speakers that spoke for a reduction of the impact, whether that's through design or unit count. And on the flip side, on the industry side, they were also analyzing and going through the changes to see what they could expect.
Yeah. So I want to come to that from 8 to 6, right? I see a marginal benefit, right? But what I heard from those who are against infill or have concerns about infill, first of all, they talk about whether we have capacity to encourage or take more infill, infrastructure capacity. My understanding that vast majority of communities in mature neighborhoods were built to a larger population than what it is available now. What is there now, right?
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. So we saw the largest number of population in the 70s.
Yeah.
After that, the population has reduced, and our consumption has also reduced.
Yeah, so infrastructure is there.
Infrastructure is there.
And if there are infrastructure-related issues, we do have infrastructure funding available. And we heard from EPCOR as well that there's capacity to accommodate population growth.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And another thing I heard was waste collection. You're working on it, right? So that will actually have a more impact, I would say, on dealing with community concerns than a marginal impact by reducing units. We heard about parking. I also heard from one of the developers that a developer built a building without any parking. Now they're having actually hard time finding tenants. So market is responding to parking concerns, right? Am I understanding correctly?
There's ongoing learnings on both sides throughout this process.
Yeah, so I heard about traffic concerns. I think that can be, I don't know if there's anybody here from transportation, but we have mechanisms to respond to traffic issues in neighborhoods, right? Beyond zoning regulations.
Yeah, so there's a number of options around traffic. There's parking management programs as we progress through it. What's out there is that change and that change agenda that needs to be managed.
Yeah, and then we heard about bad developers, right? People who are not abiding by the rules and lack of enforcement. And I understand that we have plans in the place or coming up soon. I think we've provided some funding for that, or through existing resources or through fees, that we are going to get really tough on bad developers.
Enforcement and compliance is progressing. There's new tools available in terms of resources as well as approaches.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to understand, wouldn't be more meaningful response to community concerns on getting faster reaction or action to all those things that I listed, and options on parking and traffic management, then reduction from 8 to 6? Or would we not be giving communities kind of false hope that somehow their concerns will go away by reducing 2 units from 8 to 6?
I think there's a number of things that happen if the bylaw were to be approved at whole, not only the design mitigations, but in terms of that unit count reduction. You see improvements in site operations, whether that's automatically with waste, you reduce the bins, you reduce the number of vehicles that need to be parked, whether it's on site or on the street with the 8 to 6 and the projected parking of 0.5 per unit. You're left with 2 cars if you have 1 unit each.
Yeah. I'm running out of time, so I will move additional round.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright. Please vote for an additional round.
Just waiting for one more vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Knack. Next were, you were next, Councilor Knack.
Next, thank you. So more questions just around what we can and can't do for amendments. I think we'd received an email, all of council, last night, folks asking if you could do, revisit Councilor Rice's motion and have 4, but if you did that, you have to go and re-advertise the bylaw, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, whether it's 4, 5, 9, 10, 100, like any change to the unit count would.
There's nuance there.
Yeah.
And Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I could jump in. I think in terms of if we're talking about the specific unit count, I think council has 3 options on the table that wouldn't require a re-advertisement. So you can go with what was advertised, which is 8.
Yeah.
You can delete that and stay with, 6 was advertised.
Yes.
You can delete that and go with what is current, which is 8. And then the logical third option is in the middle of those 2, which is 7.
that might not require re-advertising at
I
7.
believe that 7 wouldn't require,
Okay.
just given the
Anything
context.
above or below would require
Yeah.
re-advertising due to the impact, so you've got to have, okay, I just
Correct.
wanted to ask.
And Councillor, you've been here for days, you've heard many
Yep.
representations. I think it's well within your rights to change within that range without re-advertising.
Sure, okay, that's helpful, thank you, thanks for that context on that. So that covers that question. I wanted to ask about, so I've heard questions about, okay, so we've got a subsequent motion that came from the district planning, so let's say all of these are adopted. I think there is still a lot of conversation happening from community about what does the engagement look like for the district planning work, whether we consider, you know, at some point going to 8 units in nodes and corridors or within a certain range of, like, what is the public engagement going to look like after this conversation for infill in our city?
So that has yet to be determined, but I could scope out a little bit of what we expect in terms of not only the district plan motion, but if there's a motion made around looking at where 8 can work as well.
Okay.
So I think that provides a baseline to have that conversation in terms of what minimum expectations council has for neighborhood infill. So we're not going out and engaging whether 6 is good, 4 is good, 2 is good. It level sets the conversations in terms of where can additional units be accommodated in alignment with our city goals and our plans and policies in place. And then how do we bring in the community perspective to help draw some of those lines, make those recommendations, to bring that fine tune or that fine grainness along in terms of how do we still achieve our goals around nodes and corridors and transit centers.
How, so do you have, I guess I'm looking for sort of the scope of this engagement exercise based off what you've sort of been given direction on now, because I think we've heard from community of a desire to be more involved in the next stage of engagement. But on top of that, you'll need to reach out to communities that maybe haven't been involved. Certainly I've heard from a couple of communities within the ward I represent that are very engaged right now, others that maybe haven't been part of this process. We also have groups that have not wanted to see change that we're presenting. What do you envision as a process to try to get, because I think we are very much in this, there's a polarization right now. How do you get these folks in the room? Do you have you been planning out what that engagement process looks like in a way that genuinely tries to bring everyone together to hear those different perspectives, understand the different pieces, and then uses that to inform our decisions?
Councillor Knack, we have to do that work.
Yeah.
And I think we've got to take that back, reflect on the outcomes of both the district planning conversation as well as the zoning bylaw conversation. And I would likely suggest we bring a report forward in terms of articulating what that work plan and engagement looks like to council or to committee. And then there's clarity on that direction between council, community, and administration. So there's work to be done there.
Sure. The idea, I guess, what I want to really dig into is like this, this is our 1-year review. Do you essentially see this as a year 2 review, a type exercise between the district planning work, between the other pieces? So enough time for you to have thoughtful engagement, and at the same time not taking 3 years where folks I think do want to continue to have a more nuanced conversation.
We certainly recognize the importance of the community conversation. I think too we have to be mindful that it's not about relitigating the zoning bylaw or district planning,
Yep.
right? But
Agreed.
To Travis's point, setting expectations in terms of what we are talking about. So definitely feel that given what we've heard over the last month, it's important to scope that out and advance that work.
Okay. I'll have some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jahans.
Yeah, thank you. Would you agree that I really feel like we're 90% in agreement here that everybody wants better architecture? Is that did you hear any opposition to the architecture standards?
No.
And did you hear any opposition really to, apart from like a little bit of tweaking to the side setbacks?
No.
And did you hear any opposition except for maybe a little tweaking to the 30 to 25 meter building length?
There was some builder opposition.
Fair, yeah, and there may be some adjustments there, but I feel like broadly, what we're doing, we're really splitting hairs here, but like we're, of the package of amendments that came forward on June 3rd and June 17th, there is a lot of agreement, am I wrong? Like if we look at this from a appreciative inquiry lens, like there's a lot of agreement that we heard from people.
Correct.
And same with the side doors. I know there was a bit of discussion there, but broadly people recognize that doors should be facing front or the back.
Correct. It creates some design challenges, but I think that's a trade-off in terms of achieving better neighbor outcomes.
And I know you don't have the raw number, but I've been trying to go through, at least in my ward, and look at different lot sizes. In Allendale, there's 500-meter lots that you couldn't do an 8 on it right now anyway, right? It's not 600 square meters, so that lot would be ineligible for 8 anyway.
There is a lot split out there between the lots capable of achieving 8 today, and across the RS that ranges in the tens of thousands. But there is definitely different lot sizes out there.
And how many, like I'm thinking of even in Greenfield, there was a corner lot that wasn't 600. They couldn't do 8. The builders now wants, I believe, is trying to do 6. So even in every neighborhood, there's different lot sizes.
Correct. Every neighborhood has different lot sizes, and it differs across neighborhoods across the city.
Because I do worry there's a sense of, like, when we play pin the number on the lot, when we don't have standard lot sizes, I hear about, like, Toronto's at 4, 6, 8, 12, whatever they're at. I don't know what a lot is in Toronto, though. Did admin consider just removing the unit cap altogether and just saying, yep, we support how many units based on the size of the lot?
Admin was directed to bring forth a bylaw amendment of 8 to 6. That was part of our analysis of how could that be done otherwise. As mentioned before, there's a balance around providing clarity to development industry and community around what that maximum upset is, as well as responding to that individual context, which I think if there's a will, there's also ability to do some additional work there, but I think that clarity to start off with is important.
And I'm thinking of an example. There was a King Edward Park mid-block rezoning that came to public hearing, and admin recommended that it should be 6 stories, and council supported it. I think it was an 11 or 12 vote in support, because it was across the street, basically, or within 500 meters of the Bonnie Doon LRT station. Like, so is that, when you talk about incenting the nodes and corridors, is that sort of what you're talking about? We shouldn't be talking about unit count, we should be talking about stories?
So the stories is a function, or the unit counts is a function of the buildability on site, whether that's height or FAR. So to answer your question, I think we need to be pushing and pulling on different levers to create that concentration effect around our existing infrastructure and future infrastructure around our nodes and corridors.
Because I think one thing I've heard is that a concern about this changes to units undermining TOD. But really, if we're looking at TOD, we shouldn't be talking about 8 or 6 at all. We should be talking about something much more like the priority growth areas.
Directly adjacent, correct.
Do we define directly adjacent, like 800 meters, 1K, 2K?
If we were to take general transit-oriented development, it ranges between 100 to 400 to 800 meters in terms of scale, and that transition of scale down. Nodes and corridors took that theory and implanted it within its line work, and those different nodes and corridors are at different scales to respond to its individual context. And
there's no like federal government definition for HAF funding or something, must be within 1K or something?
Not currently.
Thank you.
Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I just want to wrap up one question from my last round, just in terms of that immediate grace period or whatever, like the future date, I guess to Ms. Ingpen. Do either of those options, like what's the level of risk for legality with either of those options?
So let me start with sort of the legal side of it and then probability of challenge. So in terms of the legal side, what's required of council is that you run a public hearing and it's properly advertised in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. All of those things are taking place or have taken place.
Yep.
Outside of that, the MGA gives you quite broad authority to zone in the city and change the zones and regulations as you see fit. So from a legal footing perspective, I do believe that we are on strong legal footing to make the amendments that are before you today, if that was the case. In terms of doing a delayed effective date, I think that would be council's purview. I think somewhat it may speak to probability of challenge, but I can't control, or we cannot control if a challenge comes or not, councillor, but what I can say is if it does come, we feel as though we're on strong footing.
Strong footing for the process that we have implemented and abiding by the MGA.
Yeah, you've abided by the MGA and you're doing things that are within your purview under the MGA. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I want to circle back to some of the lines of questioning because I think it is surprising to hear some of administration's responses. I get where you're coming from for that particular amendment with 8 to 6, but I think as Councillor Knapp pointed out, I've heard a number of speakers who wanted to see 4, and to this day I actually don't understand why the 8 to 4 was not okay, but 8 to 6 is okay. And then I have heard who want to keep it as single family. I've actually heard some people say they want to repeal the entire ZBR. Does that mean the next iteration that we would entertain all of those options?
Well, the next iteration will be up to council in terms of what they will or will not entertain. What I would say is that the 8 to 6 and not the 8 to 4 or the 8 to 1, the 8 to 6 represents still progress forward from the old bylaw to the new bylaw in order to meet our city plan goals.
But I think to some other councillors' point, because that recommendation came later, you did the analysis retroactively rather than proactively with some of the other recommendations on the table. So whatever gets tabled, essentially, you would do a retroactive analysis. And I question if that's, I guess, the best policy development process. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out. And I think, Kim, to your point, if 1 year analysis is to look at the viability of RS zone, and we're hearing lots of different things, should we not go back to RF1, RF2, RF3?
No, and to be clear, the 1 year analysis was on much more on the zoning bylaw in terms of how it's functioning. Certainly where community is at, the focus has been on the small scale residential zone. So just to be mindful that it wasn't only about the small scale residential, it was about many things. But the small scale residential zone is still achieving increase in diversity of housing type, density, et cetera, when you go from 1 unit to 6 units. So I think it's important to be clear that we're still creating that flexibility, that diversity of housing choice and type of uses, notwithstanding a reduction of 2 units.
Okay, because I also feel like right now we're talking about a lot about those who are supporting of that change. I mean, I will say, to Councillor Knapp's point, there's a lot of folks who also said we want to keep it where it is right now. And I'm not hearing any kind of accommodation for that. Retroactive analysis for that either. So I think, I do find this conversation very confusing. So I guess final 30 seconds, thoughts on that.
So I think when it comes to how we're growing and changing as a city, we have city plan. Subsequent to that, we have district plan, which, articulates where we're intensifying. Having people and communities and Edmontonians understand where we are on that journey of change is different. Not everyone has followed that we've had high population growth or being very mindful of affordability in this city. And so it's important that we bring people along on this journey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up on that, so is that sort of the perspective then? It's like there was a lot of leadership from the city to address affordability and what we knew was going to be a growing population. No one could have anticipated it would grow this fast. But that was the whole goal of the zoning bylaw changes. But I guess what I'm hearing is that things move so rapidly in that leadership effort that now the perception or advice from administration is like, okay, we made about 10 steps forward. It's probably okay if we make 2 steps back in order to retain the good policy and the momentum rather than derailing the whole thing. Is that sort of the approach? I honestly just want to know exactly what's going on here, like all of the cards on the table.
There is the need to do some fine tuning, and there is an opportunity here to respond to what we're hearing from community. For clarity, the goals of the zoning bylaw renewal were to align our regulatory toolbox with city plan, to be clear, predictable, and to be able to deliver excellent customer service. We wanted to enable more housing and more housing choices, but through that, we also wanted to enable incremental infill. And what our mature communities are feeling is not necessarily incremental infill.
Okay.
The pace of change is more than we had anticipated, certainly because of the strong population growth.
Right, okay. And so is it then the perspective of administration that the infill conversation, this was always intended to be a long-term play with gradual increase, and it was part of the tool set for how we address affordability and right-sizing density in order to get taxes and services into the appropriate realm.
It is one tool,
One
and the
tool,
small scale residential zone is not the only zone. So, as we heard both earlier from Travis, focusing intensification along our nodes and corridors is where we're primarily going to see our bigger gains. And so, the city plan is about welcoming another 1 million people into this city over the next number of decades. And so there's a long-term vision here. And what's happening in our mature communities, change is happening really quickly. And it's upon us to listen and learn and do some fine-tuning to respond to that.
So the intention, and something that people can understand more readily, I suppose, is that nodes and corridors density, that makes I guess you could say, just an instinctive sense to folks. And that's where we want to focus. And then as time goes by, maybe you get that incremental, and that was the plan, to get more incremental. But what we're seeing is that we're not getting incremental. We're getting more interest in the mid-block than in the nodes and corridors. And so that's what you'd like to adjust, is to right-size the interest of developers to focus more on the nodes and corridors. Am I getting that? Is that sort of like
it's
what
a
I'm
minor
hearing?
adjustment. We still want to see infill within our small-scale residential zone.
Okay, just not as intense.
It's a reduction of 2 units mid-block, notwithstanding the design changes.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like if you break it down, it almost becomes immaterial, but what you're talking about is like you can't just be a Vulcan, and this is not a computer simulation. There's human beings, human emotions, and that is a huge factor that must be considered when you're leading a city of human beings and not numbers.
It's fair.
Okay, now I get it. And then the last bit then for the land use there is that as we said, that's one of the tools, but we have multiple tools, and they all have to work together. And as far as that population increase, even if we built out Blatchford today completely, would only address half of the people who came in to the city just last year alone.
Yes, we have a number of tools, whether it be redevelopment projects as large as Blatchford, district planning, providing clarity where we want to accommodate growth, our infill infrastructure fund that helps enable and support investment, the upzoning of our priority growth areas that, remove barriers for investment. And, to be clear, this does have an impact on industry in terms of the applications in flight, and this does have an impact on community. So I just want to be mindful that you're out of time, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack, and I'm just trying to figure out where is best to go in the decision-making process. Wasn't equity also a consideration with the zoning bylaw renewal?
It was, yes.
And equity, can you break that down for me a little bit more? I think there was even some papers and some podcasts on it, but for the public's benefit, could you break that down a bit more?
Yeah, we wanted to create a diversity of housing types. We wanted more activities and uses. We wanted flexibility. And so, providing more opportunities for more housing and more people to live in a community. And so part of how the zoning bylaw renewal was approached was being mindful of those type of goals.
Yeah, and isn't it also making sure that we're not just one of the from what I understood, so correct me if I'm wrong, is that one of the reasons that we also wanted to reduce red tape in the number of rezonings that came forward, and also recognizing that there's neighborhoods that have higher capacity to engage in the public hearing process than other neighborhoods, and that has over time created unintended consequences of where density is built and not built.
Absolutely. We wanted to create a bylaw that was simple, easy to understand, easy to read, flexible, as it was a key document that we used to deliver service to, issue permits, do rezoning applications, etc.
And wasn't one of the equity considerations that while, yes, the city plan wants to intensify on nodes and corridors, that we wanted to provide diversity of housing options within neighborhoods so that people that couldn't afford a single family home weren't pushed to the margins of a neighborhood?
Yes, and I think that's achieved through the small scale residential zone in our
Yeah.
redeveloping communities. Yes.
One of the things that I just keep coming back to, there's a lot of conversation going on here, but I feel like a lot of context is getting lost. So for example, we say it seems reasonable to go down to 6, but we forget that when we collapsed the RS zone, 20 neighborhoods had historically higher developmental rights, that we're reducing those developmental rights even further in areas that we did know we wanted to grow.
So, Councillor, what you're speaking to is the RF3 zone communities.
Yes.
The balance there was that the opportunities were expanded to all of the other mature care neighborhood communities.
Exactly,
which is
but the
about
compromise
150
was
to
8,
180.
was it not? But the compromise, I remember this distinctly in the zoning bylaw conversation, that administration said the compromise was already made at 8, that was the compromise of the communities and the developmental rights where they could do 10 or 12 mid-block is now capped at 8, and neighborhoods where it was only 6 before are increased to 8. And yes, I understand that there's been more development with MLI Select and all of those things. But am I not remembering that conversation correctly?
There was a conversation, you're correct, around how the RF3 communities would evolve with the new zoning bylaw, and in terms of industry representation around the compromise of reducing some of those unit counts in those neighborhoods. What I would say through analysis is that they rarely met those unit counts in those areas, in those neighborhoods, and that recently, through the population growth as well as other programs, we are seeing a degree of uptake that we didn't see before.
Yeah, okay. And another context piece, we've kind of talked about, the 8 units, mid-blocks, what is the actual number of those, both for 2024 and so far in 2025? But a piece of context that I'm also missing is how many of those 8 units are within 400 meters of a mass transit station? Because I see some of the things like in Inglewood and Prince Charles where they are seeing way more traffic issues and impacts because they're not near mass transit. But I have no context of if that plays out, let's say, along a line where there's LRT either now or in the next few years.
Okay. Yeah, well, you can come back for that answer, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that you have brought forward this amendment from 8 to 6 at the direction of the committee, right? So I appreciate that, and I'm open to having this conversation. What I'm really struggling to understand is, will this help what the intent is to reduce polarization and bring communities along? So I would be interested in understanding, because I haven't heard people who are against, who came, have raised their concerns about infill. I haven't heard from them whether they're okay from 8 to 6, right? But I haven't actually, what I haven't heard is that is 6 acceptable to them? Or they still want to go to 4, to 3, 2. That's what I haven't heard. That's why I'm interested in what Councillor Knack is talking about, having those conversations with the communities. What is acceptable level of infill in your neighborhood that help us achieve our city goals of, building more density, bringing more population, sustaining schools, corner stores, and all those things that good infill does, right? So I'm open to that conversation, but in absent of that, I think I'm not understanding whether it will help us achieve what your administration, one of the reasons you're supporting this reduction.
So, Mr. Mayor, it's not an easy question to answer. There's a number of perspectives out there. No bylaw change will ever meet the expectations of every single one of those perspectives. So there's a balancing act here. There's a balancing of maintaining the positive and forward momentum in achieving city goals, which the complete bylaw in our representation will, as well as it provides an opportunity for us to adjust, which the zoning bylaw and through the zoning bylaw renewal process, we always said we would, in terms of how we listen, learn, and adjust as we move forward. So that provides that opportunity for its community to see that adjustment.
So wouldn't it be better approach that we stay with 8 as it is in the current bylaw, where we initiate that conversation over the next year and come back, say, okay, this is what consensus could look like if there is one, right? Because my worry is that by going 8 to 6, we set the expectations, then that there's maybe could go to 4. I think that's why creating some sort of working group with some guidelines around impact of going from 8 to 6, understanding the implications, the cumulative impact. Like we might be talking about, say, 70 applications now, but over time it could be hundreds of applications. So I think I would want to understand that better before making this leap with the hope of community buy-in, actually not get community buy-in. Wouldn't creation of some sort of working group from both sides help us achieve that consensus with some facilitated sessions and all that?
Mr. Mayor, our recommendation is that council approve this bylaw before you. If council wanted to provide direction to do otherwise, we can certainly, we'll take that direction to enable it. I recognize the motion we have around district planning, and perhaps there's some other subsequent work here given the feedback we've heard around how the small-scale residential zone operates around nodes and corridors or in proximity to mass transit. So
okay. I'm going to think it over the lunch break because I'm kind of my mind is getting in that direction, that we might have to have more comprehensive conversations before we implement further changes before we implement changes on the unit reduction, right? So. Yeah, okay, I'll stop here. Okay, I'll move additional round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for an additional round.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. You're next, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I appreciate that maybe the enforcement piece is a little less right within the land use bylaw, but I think when we talked about it June 3rd, we also said that this might be an opportunity to discuss it. So, Ms. Inkpin, how much can I ask about like enforcement resources for the construction action plan, things like that? Because I was sort of the understanding this could be more of the time versus when we were at committee, but in hindsight, I'm not sure that would have been the case.
So, Councillor, are you talking about just enforcement about the zoning bylaw itself?
Enforcement of compliance within the zoning bylaw. I mean, there's obviously a subsection of that goes into construction practices, but this is compliance of development within the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, I think you've heard a lot of concerns over the past couple of days, and I think you're responding to those concerns.
Great.
And you're talking about the zoning bylaw and how we're enforcing it, and sort of some of the spillover effects of that. So I think you're well within the range.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Okay, so I think the question I had asked, I don't know what day it is anymore, Friday, was how many staff we have for that type of compliance enforcement today, and what are we expecting upon the sort of the full implementation of CAP? Because I understand that's still not fully up and running yet.
You're correct. It's not fully up and running. Compliance is a multi-team approach.
Yeah.
There's tax levy funded resources out of community services that look at construction noise and cleanliness and trees, etc. On the development side, you've made a change last fall to include development-related compliance into our planning development reserve. So a different funding model, which allows us to flex up and down as we go. The way we're evolving our safety code compliance and inspection services is that as we flex up in terms of trying to meet the demand of new permits, our teams are cycled through the enforcement piece, so the teams get bigger across the board, and there's more people that go into compliance and start doing compliance as the application volumes move up.
So that, again, just very specific example, I was, I think one of our speakers over the weeks before has sent in footage of like a construction site where the workers were being very disrespectful, blaring music, that we have a bylaw and we have enforcement standards around that. With what is coming from CAP, those resources could potentially be scaled. So you have more money because we have used the increased permit to increase the size of the team, and what I'm hearing is that those teams as a whole will see more resources, and sometimes it'll be here, sometimes it'll be here, but you are seeing more.
Correct. They're scalable.
How can you give me sort of a sense of like how much more? What do we have a percentage? I'm trying to remember the budget amount we approved, but are we talking 10% more, 20% more, 50% more than what we've had?
So last year we added in total to the team about 15 positions. That's not compliance, that's across the board, which is about a 10% increase.
Okay. And then with what is coming, so that includes the money that was approved, or with the money that is coming up, there is further increase in positions?
So the money's from the Planning Development Business Reserve. That is meant to flex up and down in terms of applications that we receive. So we do a resourcing analysis every year based off forecasting in terms of what we expect development outcomes to be the following couple of years, and then we base our resourcing off of that. So there isn't a straight answer for you there today, but know that compliance resources flex up and down with the team size.
Maybe I'll ask it this way, is that you do that resourcing exercise every year. Will the next council, as part of their budget deliberations, have that analysis for what they might need going into 2026? Because the reason I ask the question is I don't think there is enough based off what I've been hearing from community and what I've been seeing in terms of out in the field. You have a mechanism to come to council and say, we agree with that, or you disagree with me, or and make a recommendation for more, either funded through a tax levy or potentially funded through further increases in permitting fees.
So in order to flex up on the tax levy side, that requires a council conversation.
Understand that.
We don't require council approval to adjust our resources on the planning development reserve. So you wouldn't necessarily see that. The only way you would see that is through a memo in terms of outlining what those compliance resources are, and then if you deem them appropriate, then we can have that conversation.
I might work then on a subsequent motion to get that memo for the next council, so they have that at the. I feel like that I am still uncertain about where we're at and if we're doing enough. My feeling is we're not, and I don't think community feels we're doing enough, and I think we need to get that written down somewhere. So,
Councillor Knack, really quickly, I'll just add, you'll see this through the branch and department budget conversations that we're doing. Development Services is one of the pilot ones that you'll see in September.
Okay. Thank you.
In September, right? Okay, thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council was told that we had to have amendments in by June 3rd in order for it to be considered at this public hearing. So I know Councillor Rice put a motion on my behalf to change it from 8 units to 4 units. And then Councillor Jans, on June 17th, made an amendment to go from, that one did not pass at that Urban Planning Committee. And since I'm not a member of Urban Planning Committee, I wasn't able to make that motion. And then Councillor Jans made the motion on June 17th to change it from 8 to 6 units. And I know myself, I wasn't aware that that was an opportunity at that time because we were told it had to be done by June 3rd. So is this in compliance still?
Yes, Councillor, we did meet our advertising requirements under the Municipal Government Act, so once a week for 2 weeks, with the last advertisement being 5 clear days prior to the hearing. So that was achieved.
Councillor, I just want to provide an extra piece of context there. When that advice was given June 3rd, there wasn't an expectation that the item that was tied to that conversation, which was in concert with the overall zoning bylaw renewal of the unit count, we did not expect that to come to June 17th. That was scheduled for June 3rd. So the advice given to committee at that time was that this is the time for the motion. There wasn't an awareness that there would be additional opportunity through different committee agendas because that item was scheduled for June 3rd.
Okay, I don't believe that was the information that we had received. We were told that we had to have it in by June 3rd in order for it to be considered at this public hearing. However, we are where we are. I just wanted to make sure we are in fact in compliance then. Okay. And question, Mr. Pollock, I think I heard you say that we do not have a shortage of housing to meet our affordability goals. Is that correct?
What I said is the most recent reports from CMHC and our own analysis is that there isn't a housing shortage to meet our anticipated growth through these independent studies and are also admin-driven studies.
And for clarity, that's on market housing.
Thank you. I was going to ask, in what context are we using the term affordability? So thank you for explaining that, yeah. Because we are one of the most affordable major cities in the country. And then another question. I've also heard the terminology repealing the bylaw. Now, is this technically, can we repeal this bylaw? Is this even possible?
So just as a flat out repeal, the short answer is no. I think, Councillor, if there was a desire to do something different than this bylaw, there would have to be a motion to repeal, also a new bylaw ready to go, so that could be so it would be repealed, replaced, and then you would have to rezone the entire city under that new bylaw. So similar to the process that was undertaken to get 20,001 across the finish line, you would have to undertake a similar, you would almost do it in reverse, right? But so just a strict repealing would put us offside our requirement under the MGA to have a land use bylaw.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then I've heard you refer to the city plan quite often. Ms. Petrin and Mr. Pollock, would you say that the zoning bylaw renewal was a part of city plan?
It came out of city plan. So city plan was approved first, and the zoning bylaw was the regulatory toolbox to implement city plan, the vision seen in city plan.
Right. So the intention with the city plan was to, the zoning bylaw renewal is not a surprise when you take into context the city plan, correct?
Correct, yeah. It's intended to align to be able to enable the goals of city plan through the regulatory framework.
Okay. Great, thank you. I think those were my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, I just have one more context question that's been mulling in my mind based on what we heard from speakers. A lot of people, whether they were for or against, talked about the need for, family housing and family style units. So, 2-3 bedroom units. But we also heard from some of the developers and idea that this could actually put at risk those units. So again, I'm just wondering what analysis was done on that context, because we talk about unit count, but there's also a quality that I'm hearing from Edmontonians within those units that I feel like is getting lost.
So Councillor, in terms of that, the comment from IDEA about the loss of 3-bedroom family units, I think that was directly related to the building length regulation. What I will say is that the analysis in terms of what we undertook as the bylaw as a whole, including the design and the 8 to 6, is that when we moved to 8 to 6, there's an opportunity to have different size and configuration units that you didn't have before in the 8 unit, and that allows for the 3-bedroom opportunities. The 3-bedroom opportunities in the shortened building length also continues to exist. It may not exist in every single opportunity, but that's not the goal of the zoning bylaw, to address every single context. So the opportunity still exists. It will just be provided in a different configuration.
But like one of the things I think about, like because I've been looking, so one of the most popular formas that I've seen, whether it's on a corner lot or whatnot, is sort of the four units with 4 basement suites, which that's, I don't know if you have data to that, but that's definitely a build form that I'm seeing a lot of in the wards I represent. Is that fair to say?
There's a mix out there, and it depends if you're on the corners or mid-blocks. On the mid-blocks, we're seeing a mix of kind of breaking up the massing, whether it's 4 in the front and then 4 in the back. We're also seeing all units being built in a one single building, where you'll see that traditional 4 basements and 4 in the top. We're also seeing 6 units in a main building and 2 units in garage suites. So there's a mix out there.
And yeah, and I guess I'm wondering about the title of those, because what I'm also suspecting is that a lot of the units, let's just focus on the 4 units with 4 basement suites, are probably sold as 4 units, not as 8 units, because that allows the owners of the 1 unit that maybe they live in the top unit to supplement their mortgage and address affordability with maybe a higher cost, because they have some passive income from the basement unit. Do we have any line of sight into like that kind of stuff?
There isn't line of sight in terms of like hard data on ownership, but what we are seeing collectively out there is that most of these buildings, the 8 unit types, are operated as a multi-unit housing and are not sold off individually.
So that all 8 units are rented?
Correct.
But owned by one owner?
Correct, or whatever ownership structure they have in terms of
Yeah,
buyers.
yeah, fair. Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to touch on a few points that have been raised. So I think reference in terms of the city meeting, like not having a housing gap. My assumption is that our ability to meet our future housing needs is based on our current rate of home building.
I believe that's the analysis. It has an assumption in terms of the number of units that are projected, business as usual approach.
Right, and so if we reduce the number of units being provided, there's a risk that we do start to see that gap.
What we've shown through the analysis is that of the 2024 numbers, there'd be about 200, but we don't expect those units to disappear. We expect those units to move to corners, to nodes and corridors, or other forms of housing.
On what basis?
On the basis of supply and demand. Typically, if there's a demand for units, it will be provided. The market is efficient in trying to find those opportunities to provide that housing.
But what if the demand is for housing that's outside of nodes and corridors for smaller scale?
There's still opportunity within the RS zone if the changes were approved within that 6-unit style, and we fully expect that to continue.
I am not, we know that other cities are not meeting their housing needs despite there being very high demand. And that's because there are restrictions placed on the market to providing the housing, correct?
Different cities at different contexts.
Absolutely. And they have more restrictive they have more restrictions on where housings can be built. So I don't think we can make the case that the market can always find a way to deliver the needs. There needs to be a regulatory environment that enables the market to meet those needs. I also just wanted to touch base on, again, some of the other stats in our community, which is that housing needs are not met equally. So, you know, leaving non-market needs aside, I believe the stat is that 1 in 4 renters are still in core housing needs. So there's a distinct segment of the population that that has a housing need that isn't being well met in our community right now. Is that your understanding?
Certainly, depending income ratio in terms of different housing types, there are some gaps in the market.
Yeah, and I think just in terms of we've seen traditionally over many years not an adequate supply of rental units, which again, some of these current programs are intended to address. Correct?
Definitely, we've seen an increase in rental product delivered over the last number of years, and I suspect will continue through the small scale residential zone.
Great. I think I also just heard suggestion that reducing the number of units would reduce the number of cars. Do we have any data to support that?
In terms of strict ownership model, I think there's a direct line in terms of how cars are provided on site and versus how many units and versus how many cars are demanded through the number of units.
I think, information that we've shared in the past is that, you know, as people live in smaller units, as they're closer to transit, we typically see lower car demand. Again, thinking of friends in a duplex who on their side, they have 3 vehicles, on the other side, there's 0 vehicles. I think we've heard often in these chambers in the past that we don't always see a direct correlation between units and parking demand.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think, you know, what I'm really grappling with, and I think is at the core of this in many ways, is just this idea of incremental. And I appreciate the point. I think you're right that some people are feeling that the changes we're seeing right now are not incremental. But how do we sort of ground that in shared metrics and understanding of what incremental looks like?
Well, I think it's a continuous journey of communication, education, community involvement, and having conversations about this. So certainly we've done that work through city plan, district plan, zoning bylaw engagement. Notwithstanding, many may not have been engaged, or some may not have been engaged. And they're realizing the impact, knowing that there's been a permit been issued on their street.
Yeah, and so again, if we look at a neighborhood where out of 1,000 properties there have been 11 applications, how do we contextualize that as whether that's incremental or not?
So I think every neighborhood's going to feel differently. The redevelopment journey is going to be different in terms of the attractiveness of the community and how fast that pace of change occurs. To ground that, there's both the public perspective of it in terms of that increase in pace of change and grounding it. There's the data that's been provided today and yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I do have some follow-up question based on the question from Councillor Principe. June 3rd, yes, because both myself and Councillor Principe, we have that desire based on what we heard from the people we represent to change units from 8 to 4. So that is why we put a motion on the floor. And then June 17, so we got the motion from 8 to 6. So 8 to 6 and June 17 to June 3rd, there is not even like 2 weeks. So how we meet that advertising requirement to be included in this bylaw? So I just want to get it more clear and in the public record.
Yeah, no, fair enough, Councillor Wright. So the MGA requires one advertisement per week for 2 weeks. Okay.
2 weeks.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily sort of parse out how that looks. So just one advertisement a week for 2 weeks. And there has to be a clear 5 days between the last advertisement and the public hearing. And we have met that.
Yes, it's hard to say that mathematics and from how many days left from June 17 to June 30th and to meet that requirement. So that is why, and I actually heard that question and from some people as well. And myself has that question, so I'm glad Councillor Principe asked that question.
So just for clarity, Councillor Rice, we've met the requirements for advertising for the bylaw before you today.
Okay, so I heard that statement right right now, but the question is still there based on the dates. So then question is follow the mayor's comment. If we are going to reconsider this union's change regulation, because there are two regulations right now we are voting on. So for another one, we don't have too much debate. Seems like the most agree. But this one is a big debate on this one, specifically for the impacts and how we address the impacts. And that is come from the emotion, mental health, quality of life, everything. So if we are going to make some change, for example, right now, from 8 to 4, that means we have to go back again for the advertising.
Yes, that will require re-advertising of the bylaw. Unfortunately, it's one big package.
Yeah.
And so
everything is.
Yeah.
And so in terms of the earlier comments I heard from you, and then talk about refer by back. So what does it look like refer right at this moment? Is refer back we including some more amendment, or refer back we get more engagement? So can you give a little bit of specific details on that if we refer back?
If council's looking to refer the bylaw back, you need to provide clarity on what the expectations are. So refer back to do what? And so any motion or direction from council would need to provide that.
Refer back to add more amendment,
more
or
amendments,
or more engagement, or anything like that.
Yes.
More specific
Yes.
details for this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you,
Beyond my
Councillor.
time.
Thank you, Councillor. Is Councillor Knack? Councillor Rice, can you move to another one?
So moved. Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr.
Councillor,
Mayor, can I just do a quick point of order? I just want to be very clear. Is the motion today in order, yes or no? We're advertising.
it is an order. We heard from legal, it's an order. Okay,
And
it is an
advertising
order.
deadlines were met?
Yes, they
Okay,
were
so
met.
it's not up for debate?
No,
Okay, thank
it is an order. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think the last question I have, just on, when we touched on this, unit counts, the big topic, because I think everything else seems pretty straightforward on this, is I want to get a sense of the ones where we have done RF3 on corner lots. Like you said, I think we've been doing some of those for as much as 8 years. I think about West Shasta Place has probably seen some of the highest percentage, at least in the ward I represent, maybe Glenwood. What do you have data to inform how that has gone and what you have seen? Because I understand the point you're raising and why you're making the recommendation about 8 to 6. What I'm trying to understand is that based off what we've seen on the ground in the community, or is that what I think it is more of just a response to what the people's concern about what that might impact them at the future? So if we're thinking about West Shasta Place, Glenwood, where we've seen this, what have we seen on the ground? What have we been hearing?
So the ones that were developed previous to the zoning bylaw had the MNO on top of it.
Right.
So it was developed under a different context. I think what we've seen on the corner lots, in general, corner lots can accommodate more development intensity because it's nature that it has 2 streets, and also only one neighbor. And over time, that neighbor and the orientation of these buildings were quite proximate. Typically, they face the avenue or the street, where the other house would face the other piece. So you already had a long wall there that impacted you in terms of a regular house. So the corners have worked well, which is why we don't recommend any changes to the corner pieces in the current bylaw.
Yeah. So the idea is that, and so what you're potentially trying to, I'm going to say at this point, sort of preemptively address, because most of these aren't done yet. So we haven't seen if there is that parking spillover effect, right? Because on a corner lot, you're right, you can probably get up to about 6 vehicles along that street and avenue. Whereas realistically, if you're doing 8 on a mid-block, you probably have space for 2 vehicles. So if everyone had the same number of vehicles as they have in an 8 unit on a corner lot as they do on an 8 unit on a mid-block, you potentially now have a risk of 4 vehicles spilling over outside of the lot width, correct?
Yeah, the impact of those additional cars, units, et cetera, is greater in the mid-block.
Councillor Rutherford's motion will help us understand where maybe, because there are, I think, some communities where if you did have an extra 4 spill out, that might not be seen as big of an issue, whereas in other communities where you already have very limited parking, that actually could create more challenges. And so, again, this is the problem, is that we're not necessarily making a contextual-based decision, but there will be a report that allows us to have a bit more contextual information through.
I think what we're not trying to solve all of the problems.
Exactly.
It's not possible to do
Exactly.
that. And what we're here in the bylaws that are ahead of you today represent a change and adjustment that help mitigate some of those impacts and help bring community along.
I'm just trying to think about how we also get the analysis afterwards to help show whether things are, what is and isn't happening, and then using that to inform further conversations that we might have over the next year. And would you be collecting that data to help inform that?
So there's a number of data points we do collect. We haven't gone out and counted the cars. Obviously, we've all gone and seen, observed, and see that there are additional cars on those corner lots than before.
That's right.
So there's always ongoing work in terms of how we level set these.
I have to stop because we're at noon, and I said I'd take 4 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the questions to administration. When we come back, we're going to go to new information out of this conversation that might have arisen, and that'll be to administration or any members of the public who have spoken in favor or in opposition. So questions to administration at this time have been concluded. And we'll be back at 1:30, and we will carry on with the balance of the public hearing. Until then, we are on recess.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Hello.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay, so we have quorum, and we concluded questions to administration, and I had a chat with clerk, and the best way forward would be that if council members have amendments, and I do have one that I would like to put forward. So what is being suggested is that we keep the public hearing open, but we move the first reading. Then something will be on the floor, then we can make amendments to that motion. Otherwise, there's no amendments. And with that, we'll go to new information at the same time on the amendment, as well as other new information that might have arisen out of the previous conversation. So, Councillor Knack, you exempted this item. I'm going to ask you to move the first reading.
Yeah, I'll move first reading of Bylaw 21202.
Second.
Okay, so we have the first reading of the bylaw on the floor, and next in line up for Deputy Mayor is Councillor Wright. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I am going to move to that bylaw 2120 to be amended to delete part 2. And I will explain what that part 2 is.
Second.
I'm sorry, would you like to introduce?
Yes, what I am intending to do is keep the number of units to 8 instead of 6. My rationale is that we have heard diversity of opinion on this particular clause within the bylaw, and I respect those opinions, and I have understand the value why those opinions are being articulated. But I think we need to have a more comprehensive conversations around the trade-offs, implications, and whether the kind of consensus we're trying to build around infill, is that possible or not? And also, I don't fully understand the implication of those changes. Yes, we're talking about 70 unit applications now, but over time, are we talking about hundreds of applications? And also the impact on affordability, because 80 unit plexes are obviously more affordable than 4 unit dwellings, right? So I think that's another thing I want to understand better. And also we heard from public around, can we actually look at the number of units based on the size of the lot instead of the larger sites that could actually include more, then smaller sites that could include less. I think there's conversation to be had before we fully understand the implications of reducing from 8 to 6. So that's my rationale. So I would, if this passes, I'm going to have a subsequent motion to initiate that conversation with the community and with the administration. So it's not, so my subsequent which will touch on those things, and this amendment needs to be seen as connected, right? So not disjointed.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody have questions for the mover? Councillor Knack for administration?
I have questions. Since we've got an amendment on the floor, process-wise, just questions of admin first, and at some point I'd like to, can I ask questions of our guests, those who are back in attendance?
There can be a call for new information, okay. Yes, but let's start with questions of administration.
Okay, I'll wait for that, and I'll think if I have questions for admin, but I'm good right now, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Same, I have a question for new information.
Okay.
Not to admin.
Okay, so if there's no questions to admin, no, then we will move on to questions for new information. And for any of those speakers that might still be around. So I guess Councillor Knack, you were first in line for that, or, okay.
Question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice, you have questions for admin before we, okay, so go ahead, please, to administration.
Yeah, I try to log in and then to request this. So the question to the mover, if we delayed part 2, so what I heard here is because there are 2 regulations in front of us. So you said right now we are owning and only going to focus on the design recreation, not unions change recreation. So by that way, and unions will keep the same as 8. And then we passed as amendment as a bylaw. So is that my understanding correct?
So my intent is that what committee recommended on June 3rd, June 3rd, right?
17.
June 3rd, I'm going to come to June 3rd, is what I'm proposing that we go ahead and move forward with that. And then the motion of June 17th was to reduce from 8 to 6. That's what I'm pausing. Well, not pausing, that's what I'm proposing to delete, that we remain at 8 units instead of going down to 6. But rest of the suggestions from administration that came from committee on the window sizes, on the doors on 2 sides and back and forth, those
So
will remain.
I know, I get it. So, but I want public this to be very clear, understood by the public. So right now, we have 2 regulations to be amended for the bylaw. One is the unions change. What is I heard, this motion intended to delay that part. So then another part is the design recreation. We have so many design changes, and for that part we keep as amendment. And in this bylaw, then we pass this bylaw, move forward. Then, so mover will provide the subsequent motion, and then for the further engagement and further change, and for the bylaw.
Yeah, that was my intent. Yeah.
That is your intent. That is why I want to be very clear stated here. If that is the case, so that means right now we are still preset with 8 unions for all these permits, applications that continue until next time review coming. I saw the headlines.
If
so
it's approved,
when will
yes.
when will be next time review coming?
Haven't seen the motion yet on the floor. That would direct us to come back with this information. It would be later this year or next year?
Later this year
at the earliest, most likely next year.
Next year come back to do that, to look at the unions change again.
Correct.
So this time we do not look at unions change. So that is the intention for this deletion.
That's our understanding of removing, deleting part 2 is removing the reduction of units from 8 to 6.
Okay, so if that's the case, I still have the question, and then I am allowed to move the motion to make another amendment to change unions from 8 to 4.
As a subsequent, I think you can move a number of things, including that.
So only as a subsequent cannot move as amendment.
Unless it's a referral of the part 2.
So
referral part 2, okay.
Yeah, and sorry, I would defer to the clerks on this one, but right now we do have a motion on the floor to delete that part 2, and so I think trying to amend that right at this moment probably isn't super functional. Nancy, any thoughts on how we would sort of navigate this particular idea?
There's several ways that we can do that. We can proceed with this one because if the part is deleted, then amending it down to 4 is moot. And if this amendment does not pass, then there could be an amendment to 4. whether or not that results in having to be a refer back, that would be a different question at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and that refer back would then require re-advertisement, right?
Correct, yeah. If there was an amendment to 4, like I said, you have sort of the range of 6 to 8 and all in between.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other questions to administration, we'll move on to new information. And Councillor Rutherford, you're listed there, go for it.
So yeah, just I guess, is anybody from IDEA, like Sean Sedgwick, still online by any chance? Do we know? As I wanted to just get clarity, my understanding was that the reduction impacted the number, like the constructability of those higher room count units in the pro forma, but administration understood it was just the reduction of anybody that's online that would understand that could speak to the builder or somebody, if there's anybody online.
Sorry, Councillor, what was the question again? It's Jennifer Deshane from Urban Bricks, and I'm just seeing if I can actually get Sean to come online.
Okay, so my understanding was there was concern from the IDEA and Infill developers that reducing the unit count would affect the number of beds and some of the ways that you can configure.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you're breaking up a bit. Maybe
that.
Yeah, if we can maybe go on to Councillor Knack, and maybe in that time we can get Sean.
Sorry, I can speak to that.
Okay.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I can. Hi there. I can speak
Hey
to
Jeff,
that.
it's Calvin from KHA.
Yeah.
Hi there. I just wanted to touch base with you with regards to the subdivision. Is it something
Kelvin,
that
I'm sorry, but we've Kelvin, can I just ask you to stop speaking for a moment, please?
Not heard anything, and I should be reaching out to you.
Clerk, can you mute him? And give Councillor Rutherford back another minute to get an answer to her question. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who was ever answering that question? Jennifer?
Sorry, it's Jennifer Deshane from Urban Bricks. Okay, so the unit count, the issue and the concern with the unit count was our ability on project viability. Maurizio from IDEA had said it's not 8 to 6, it's 8 to 0 because the lower unit count threatens the financial viability of the project. The length, the thing that was concerning, which Katie at Urbis had brought up, was taking it from 30 meters to 25 meters. So shortening the buildings while also making the buildings 2 feet skinnier impacted our ability to deliver family-friendly housing. So that was going to impact our ability to deliver the 3-bedroom units that we were hoping to achieve for that middle housing. Does that answer the question?
Yes, that provides me the clarity I need. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Anything else, Councillor Rutherford?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Knack now.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I'll start with Bob Summers. I think you're online. There you are.
Where else can I be? Yep.
Yeah, of course. Where else? On summer time. Here we go. So, you spoke about this decision, this 8 to 6 being, I'm going to maybe paraphrase, but you can tell me if the word is unfair. Essentially, this is more of a political decision than it is anything else. We don't necessarily have good land use rationale to justify this right at this moment, but we have heard concerns from folks, and responding to people's concerns is a valid thing to do. Is that sort of your thinking on that? And that you believe that even at 6, we can still accomplish a lot of our housing goals and objectives, correct?
Yeah, so I'll try to answer all of that. I can't say from the developer perspective how viable 6 versus 8 is, so I don't know how many 6plexes we're going to get. But what it seems to me is that Edmonton is still a very permissive place to provide units for people to live in different forms. And that, I think, is the critical aspect, that you need to have a massive surplus of places where people can build to ensure that you don't end up with shortage like we see in other cities. So to me, what the expansion of other zones, the allowance of 6plexes, the allowance of 8plexes on corners, I think will likely meet that without any significant price increase, would be my guess. The political thing, I'll just mention that, yeah, 8 to 6 to 4, whatever it is, those are difficult to set exactly. The key is having surplus, and the 8 to 6 might provide clarity. It might not.
Okay. And I'm going to talk to some, I think also I got a minute definitely taken off my time. I am not, you've also pre-cut a minute. But I'll probably come back anyway. So I guess the follow-up question, you've been doing studies and analysis of other cities that have updated their zoning permissions, and I guess I wanted to get a sense, I asked you at the last meeting and then I got cut off around the notion of housing affordability, and how we've heard concerns from some communities that the infill they're seeing is not affordable, which I would agree with. There are going to be some communities where infill is never affordable. Even in your own neighborhood, I think it might not be attainable for a lot of folks. But generally speaking, when you look at a city-wide change, what are you seeing across other jurisdictions? What has been your experience? What research have you seen? Can you share?
Okay, so there's a good amount of published research on some of these mass upzonings in places like Auckland, Minneapolis, and elsewhere. And really the key is, and this aligns with economic theory, that if it's easy to meet supply, and if you increase the supply, you will keep up with affordability. If you really restrict supply and demand goes up, the prices will go up. And so in this case, by increasing the number of units, even if you lose a very affordable house and then replace it with 6 more expensive units, people move into those who would otherwise be looking or competing on the market for the existing stock. So increasing the number of units increases affordability generally, is a good way of understanding it, even if they are more expensive, because they don't move into lower cost housing that exists elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that. Mr. Smythe, you're still here with us as well. I think you're on the list. Are you in the room with your computer to unmute?
I am, Councillor.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yes.
So a question I asked a lot of folks the last couple of days, and I want to ask you the same one. Is 6 going to make a difference for you, though? I just genuinely want to understand that, because I know you and I have had chats. I know your desire is to be fewer than 6. What does this do for you? Compared to all of the other changes, the building massing, the other things that we have heard about that I think we're all in agreement on, what does that specific change do for you?
Oh, I think that going to 6 would be very much supported by, in my estimation, the vast majority of community people. I think this would tell a story that council is listening to community, but I also think in terms of what gets built, it would be a critical improvement. Mm-hmm. We've toured some of the builds that are 8 on interior lots, and they're not appealing in a whole bunch of different reasons. So 6 would go a long way, and I certainly recognize that there are a diversity of opinions in community, but 6 would be a dramatic improvement.
Okay. I'll have a follow-up for you, but I'm out of time on this round.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. And Mayor Sohi.
I'll stay with you, Speaker Smythe. It's always nice to see you, and you're very familiar with this place, right? So I hear you what you're saying, that 6 will be significant improvement. What I want to understand is that would that be satisfactory for the community? I know you can't speak for the entire community, but would it help in, because my worry is that as we try to build consensus, that you go to 6, then the push comes, okay, now we are down to 6, now we're going to push down to 4, right? Where is that bottom line? Where is that says, okay, we got to a genuine compromise and we're going to live with it now. From now on, we may not be happy because there might be people who would not be happy with reducing from 8 to 6, and some people may not be happy with settling with 6 when they wanted to go to 4 or 3.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I really do think that, there's no magic in this, but I think 6 is an ideal number, quite frankly. No doubt you'll still get emails that 4 is better and 3 is better or 2 is better. But I think in terms of the goals that council wants to achieve around all the city plan goals, 6 would go a long way to achieving those goals and bring community along on the journey. Okay. I think it would be an ideal number to get to.
Yeah. Is anybody here from, I can't remember the name of the group that Kevin Taft, Better Infill? Is anybody online from Better Infill? How about the group that is about United Communities? Edmonton Neighborhoods United? Can you please come down here, if you don't mind? Oh, sorry. Yeah. And as you come down, my question would be the same as I had questioned to Rob Smythe. Is this a reasonable compromise in your mind that if you go down to 6 from 8, that community would not be pushing further, go down to 4 or 3 or 2 or 0?
I think probably the answer is the same. If a lot of people are talking about 4, right, and you're talking about 8, I think this makes a compromise in between, right? We're talking about 6.
Okay.
And I think it's going in the right direction for us to start having conversations.
Yeah. So that's what I need clarity, and I fully respect the position of and diversity of opinion in the community. Is that when we say step in the right direction, okay, we got to 6 now we're going to push for 4. Is that step in the right direction, or are we going to say, as Edmontonians, as community, we got together, we had this lengthy public hearing, we reached to a compromise, there's a livable, kind of a reasonable, livable compromise that I can accept?
Yeah. I think like we've heard from administration, this is, when we talk about bylaw, it's not stationary. Things are destined to move in both directions, right? So today when we come to the table and we're talking about things and realistically what we want to look forward to, 6 is the direction currently that we would be interested in going in.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for joining us.
Would you like to move a second round?
I will move the second round, yeah.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Just waiting for one vote.
Sorry, can you hear me? It didn't come up on eScribe. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Over to you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, and thanks for staying. Sorry, I wanted to ask a little bit more about that because I get I've been following the work that Edmonton Neighborhoods United has been doing. I pulled up the petition just to make sure I was referencing it right. The petition and the desire from folks within your organization has been 4. Like that's the end state that I have gathered you were looking for. So a little bit to the mayor's question, what I'm worried about is approving something that makes no group happy, and then we're just going to continue down a path of one organization saying we want 4, and we've got the other groups like Grow Together the Egg saying 8, and there's actually no opportunity to come together. And so I guess the similar question I want to ask that Mayor Sohi did, just maybe in a different way, is that this is what Neighborhoods United has been talking about. 4. That's your end goal. And is there a willingness after all of the public hearing, after hearing all of the various voices, to say, you know what, as an organization, we were thinking 4. We think we might be comfortable with 6, but we still want to have more dialogue, but operating under the premise that we're going to go back to the number of units that we used to have since 2019. And I'm fine with the answer being either way. I just truly want to understand that. I don't want you to be like, yes, we'll be 6, and then you're going to walk out the door and say, council didn't listen to us. We wanted 4. How dare they not do this? Or are they going to say, you know what, this wasn't what we wanted, but it's a good step, and we're going to then work together on how we continue to improve things?
Yeah, I think what you just said, like the end part of that, the idea behind Edmonton Neighborhoods United is that we're an umbrella, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're not speaking on behalf of all communities.
Exactly.
We are realistically looking at our own and saying, how can we share resources together to move forward? So for instance, in Greenfield, our lot sizes are not large, you know, in comparison to other neighborhoods. So would 6 be appropriate for our scale? I don't feel so. Okay. But that's just me speaking on behalf of what I hear in my neighborhood, right? So I think the 6 conversation is around, there's a middle ground here. I think that can be achieved. And, you know, a lot of the stuff that we talk about is architectural standards, some of those setbacks that are honestly really dictating the size of that building.
Yeah.
Do I think that there's more to be done? Absolutely, like especially. But I think we can't come to the table and be like, we're only going to settle for this. Yeah. And then the other side saying we can only settle for this. Like, we're going to go nowhere.
Because right now it feels like a little bit like that. And that's why I wanted to ask the questions and just be real direct with everyone, is that I'm worried that I want to make sure that if we do this, if this is the path, that we have a path to genuinely bring folks together. And I'm hearing a willingness, it sounds like, from you. And I really appreciate it. I wanted to ask it out loud, so.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important part, is we felt that we weren't heard. So this conversation around going from 8 to 6 is part of that feeling that we are being heard, right? And I'm sure people who wanted to stay at 8, that's not the end of their conversation either, right? If they want to stay at 8, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 12 in the future, right? Yep. So the same way that we might feel like we want to go down, other people were saying we need to stay or go higher, right? So everyone has to compromise in every kind of relationship, whether it's, you know, in communities or with city, we all have to have a compromise.
Appreciate that. I want to go to Mr. So we just sort of, I cut you off a little bit at the end, Mr. Smythe. I want to ask you that same question, just real, you know, I know your individual position, you've heard a lot of these. I think you're now part of Edmonton's Neighborhood United. I think you were in an interview recently under that banner too. So can you share your same thought on that?
Yes, Councillor, absolutely. I think it was just said by the last speaker that the 6 is as I said, an ideal number. And I think the notion of ongoing engagement, as I made my presentation last week, talked about, let's do a 2-year review of the bylaw. But I think some of the ongoing engagement, you know, and I do think, you know, the some of the builds on the edges of neighborhoods, you know, I don't want to go out on a limb here, but those could even be more than 8.
Okay.
You know, in my estimation, and how can we have that? How can we have that conversation? But I think for the mid-block piece, if we land on 6, and that's a solid, you know, no further discussion kind of decision, I think many in the community would support that.
Okay, I'm close to enough out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And I just want to remind those online to refrain from using the hand function. And as councillors have questions, they will call on you. Thank you. And Councillor Tang, you're next.
Great, thank you. Questions to you. Your name again?
I'm Morgan Wallace.
Morgan, thank you for being here, answering on behalf of your neighbors. I guess I'm just wondering about material impact to your house next door, to the neighborhood. I just want to make sure, like, I feel like we're talking about this magic number, right? But the real material impact that's going to be in the community are some of those other recommendations around the size of the building, right? Like how will the front facade look like? But in your mind, you see this numbers conversation to be more important and outweighs some of those material impact.
I would say not more important, but also important. You know, when you talk about density, it was previously stated about traffic and garbage and those kind of things. You know, that is based on unit number, right? That influences that. But when we talk about architectural constraints, they are just as important to the look of the building, even if it's a 6 build, right? It honestly depends on the finish, the situation of how that is in relation to its mature neighborhood context. All those things are just as important as well.
Right. Because in my mind, as you know, a 6-unit build versus an 8, that takes all those architectural changes into consideration. Probably at the end of the day won't look too different. And given that you're in a mature neighborhood, you have close access to transit, to other amenities that perhaps neighborhoods on the outskirts don't. And I feel like we've been kind of talking about that for the last few days, but I guess I just want to hear from you. You know, those are part of the consideration as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think what the conversation is always kind of today has been about like 8 to 6, but in reality, the conversation is from 1 to 6, right? This is a single family development that is now going from 1 to 6. That's already going to be a huge impact on the neighborhood scale, on the density of the scale, on the parking. All those things are huge. So when we're talking about reduction, it's not actually reduction, you're still increasing density, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that from that at the block level. That's kind of what people are observing from a policy perspective. It's like we're actually going back to what the status quo was prior to the implementation of 21,000.
But it's only mid-block, right? You're still getting corners.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear from some of the resident perspective, kind of on the other side. I guess I'm gonna just take a guess. Perhaps I don't know if it's Andrew Benbridge or I can't remember exactly. But if you, sorry, I want a resident perspective. Just wondering if you have any thoughts, particularly this notion that this is a compromise for both sides. I don't know if Andrew Benbridge, if you want to comment. I see you online. Oh, is your mic?
Oh, sorry. Just technical difficulties. Sorry, Councillor Tang, just to clarify, when you say resident perspective, so just citizen of Edmonton or interested group from, say, like folks like Grow Together Edmonton?
I think we heard from Neighborhood United. If there is a Grow Together person on here, happy to, but also just like a resident perspective and not necessarily like an industry perspective, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I think I can answer that for 30 seconds respecting time. I would say that the changes to 6 is a little bit ratcheting down is a little bit arbitrary. I think keeping it 8 is a reasonable thing to keep. It's been set in the bylaw. Now we've had a year for it to flesh out. Would like to see that continue.
But I guess I'm also curious because you've also heard lots of folks say, if we're not bringing folks along, then we risk losing a lot more down the road.
Yeah, I think if trading a feel-good story for changes that are going to materially impact the state of the bylaw, I think the trade is not really worth it. Especially to some of the comments made by administration, see some of the questions by councillors that it is a fairly immaterial change. So we're spending a lot of time debating a change that apparently will have little to no effect.
Thank you.
But also it's a good story.
Thank you, Mr. Benbridge. And Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to go back to Mr. Smythe. So you said something that was very intriguing to me. You said maybe take a look at nodes and corridors and look at the allowable density there as a way to sort of achieve city goals around unit counts and things like that. And I'm just wondering if you can expand on that thought.
Yeah, I think as you look at a specific neighborhood, the nodes and corridors and transit stations have a lot of opportunity for significantly more density. And I think that has to be, I mean, that's going to certainly be, as administration said, the way forward. But, and also, I mean, my comment earlier about around the sort of periphery of neighborhoods. Certainly in our neighborhood, there's a couple of main streets on the edges where there's certainly so strong infill projects underway as we speak. And, you know, in my mind, and I think, I don't speak for the whole community, but on those larger streets or busier streets, those are perfectly reasonable, and they're reasonable projects. It's when you get the sort of the interior streets, mid-block issues where they become real sore thumbs.
Okay, and I understand the concept. I'll ask administration about it, but the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, you know, and I've raised this, the number of people that this infill is actually affecting. Those who it affected, you know, it seems to affect them powerfully. But, you know, if we're doing just the numbers for a population of Edmonton and then the population of those who are opposed, I mean, how do you square that circle?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question one more time?
You know, we might have a few hundred people, maybe a couple thousand, who are very opposed or might be impacted by the infill, but we've also got a city of 1 million people. So when you look at it from that lens, you know, you start to ask questions about, like, is this, you know, and just from a numbers point of view, like, you know, there is the human element that I'm very concerned about and serious about, but just the numbers point of view, that it seems like it's you know, as far as decision making, it's might be a little bit out of balance. Your thoughts on that?
Like, certainly appreciate that, Councillor. But, you know, from a community perspective, you know, lots of us in the community do try to take a little bit bigger picture than just our own neighborhood or advocating for ourselves as individuals.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly I was part of city plan back in the day. You know, it's a compelling vision. It's when you get devil in the details and we see what gets built, we go, holy mackerel, this is not what I thought we were going to get. I mean, and bringing community along. So, you know, I really do think that there's a lot, you know, as I connect with other people in our community or in citywide, people see the big picture and support the equity, the affordability piece. You know, certainly challenges of people being at the table, but I really do think, you know, even the last month, I think there's been a huge amount of learning in the community. And if we can kind of keep that conversation going beyond after today, or after you guys all have a holiday, you know, that you know, it gets the entire community and all the stakeholders working in the same direction. You know, it's been very disconcerting for many of us. This anger across the table. You know, can we sit down with the industry, sit down with administration, to plot a way forward that, you know, everybody's giving a little bit, but we all get to where we want to go.
Yeah, I've heard of this concept of holiday. You'll have to fill me in on it one day. But just you know, the mayor has indicated that he might have a potential motion to remove that portion out so that we can have a broader and more fulsome conversation with the public to get a clearer picture. Do you support that concept, or like, because one of the accusations that has been leveled at council is that making decisions by diktat, you know, and you know, if we just go 8 to 6 today, I'm just worried that there'll be a whole other swath accusing us of that. So your thoughts?
Well, I've not met Dr. Summers, but certainly his presentation that he gave earlier about this is not a science. You know, I'm not convinced there's more data, more analytics that will make a decision easier.
Thank you, Mr.
You know,
Smythe.
I think you heard.
Councillor Paquette's time is up. Councillor Stevenson?
Okay.
You know, thank you. And maybe I'll just stay with Speaker Smythe. I appreciate the reflections, and I think, I'm thinking about again sort of the challenge that we can face. And so we did have some recent conversations about priority growth areas. And my recollection is that, there were a number of speakers in opposition to that, even though it was, again, focusing on those bigger corridors. So I'm just wondering how we square that with the conversation that we're having today.
I hear you, Councillor. I think for many of us in the community, it was the city taking a lead role in doing that. Many of us had never seen that before. We certainly were aware of, if you're a property owner, you can certainly go through a process to apply for a rezoning. But I think it was the huge body of work that the city quarterbacked to do that rezoning. And that's what I think took many of us aback, in terms of how that ended up playing out. So, certainly at the end of the day, the district policy and district plans do call for, that kind of zoning for those properties. But I just think it seemed like it was, not being aware that was, we were certainly aware of the citywide piece, but it was the city's role in all of that kind of took us aback a little bit.
Yeah, and I recall much of the conversation focusing on scale and massing and density. Maybe not as much on the process. And I think too, when we talk about the city's role in that, to make some of those projects viable, there does, providing that zoning encourages that. So again, it just sort of feels like we have made efforts to make opportunities in a variety of places, and I think there's a consistent level of concern in the variety of places.
Yeah, I guess, the other point I think that's causing some concern in community is the linkage between these city initiatives. I don't think, the zoning bylaw is certainly one thing that, people are seeing what's getting built. And then, I think, for example, some of the district policy and district plans, when those kind of when there's new builds that are consistent with the district policy and district plans, people will be, where did this come from? And even the sort of the TOD plans, when applications come in to rezone, a couple hundred meters from a transit station, people will be surprised. So I just, the linkage between all of these initiatives, that are all kind of going in the same direction of city plan, but I don't think community really integrates all of those efforts into sort of one big story, if you will.
Yep, and I think you're right that it's people don't engage with those questions of city building necessarily until it's happening next door, and so again, it's thinking about where we direction set. And have that conversation with the community. I did just want to take my last minute, though, maybe to circle back to Sean Sedgwick, if you're there. Just a minute left, but any thoughts in terms of, again, I think we saw IDEA play a really central role in earlier phases of Infill in terms of bringing community along, working with builders to improve practices and design. Just wondering if you could speak a bit to the opportunities you see for that ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. IDEA, we recognize that some projects have been poorly designed, and that's something that we want to help mitigate as well. We want to do a more thorough investment in providing design resources for builders, because the MLI Select program, for example, gave a lot of new people access to building this kind of format, and we are committed to providing those resources and making it so we get better design outcomes, especially given, as has been mentioned, the massing is the same whether it's 6 or 8.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Sohi?
Thank you. Just staying with you, Speaker Sarwak, if this amendment from staying at 8, which is the current permissive on mid-block, right, along other blocks, other areas as well. So, but then I have a subsequent that will initiate conversations around implications of, because numbers, whether it's 8 or 6, seems like an arbitrary number, right? So, but I'm more interested in organization like yours, organization like Better Infill, Neighborhood United, Grow Together, kind of coming together and really brainstorming, okay, and working with the administration, okay, what is reasonable consensus here, right? Whether it's on unit numbers, whether it's on design guidelines, where the windows are, where the doors are, all those things, right? So just want to get a sense from that, from you, the ability or creating a table of that kind of conversation.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're open to having that kind of a conversation, and I think, it's important that we also acknowledge that IDEA was actively supportive of the design regulations that were proposed by administration following the zoning bylaw review. So IDEA was certainly not whole cloth against what was proposed, because we agree the front of a building should look like the front of a building. And we aren't supportive of slapdash or kind of low effort designs, and so I think some regulation to improve that is.
You felt those were reasonable compromises to on both sides. So compromises doesn't satisfy everyone all the time, right? But they are compromise where everybody leaves a little bit frustrated, but at the end of the day, say this is what we agree as a community.
Absolutely. So, I mean, as we said during our presentations, the thing that is really quite ruinous for developers is going to be the unit count going from 8 to 6, especially for those who already have permits submitted. The rest of them, they make things hard.
From you, if that conversation point starts at 6 units, that's detrimental. But if that conversation starts at 8 units, right, then you feel that there's a room for you to work together with the community on many of the other things that you have heard from, waste collection, parking, traffic, shadowing, size of buildings, bad developers, lack of enforcement, mature trees, and all those things, right?
Absolutely, 100%. We are open to working with the community and with council and administration on all of those factors, and have done so already. On the waste file, we worked hard to get shared bins as an accommodation to reduce the number that are piling up on the street. So that's absolutely something we are interested in working together on.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay.
And Mayor Sohi, this is Brandon Soames, also representing IDEA. If I may just add to that point. Okay, thank you. So I just want to also add that I think something that's getting missed along the way is how our old bylaw was contextually aligned with, the size of a site compared to what infill you could do on it. So right now we're talking about 8 to 6 units. Previously, we were talking about 150 meters squared per principal dwelling. And now we do have that kind of provision, which is a 75 per dwelling of any type. But we're obviously artificially sort of choosing a number, whether it be 8 or whether it be 6. Generally speaking, I think IDEA members would have a preference of returning to some sort of site context-based number, whether that be 75 or whether we need to up that a little bit to go to 100, something like that.
As part of the subsequent, I'm kind of talking about that as well, right? So you're right. I think when we just focus on numbers, it's not productive to be just fixating. Fixating. That's the right word. Fixating. Okay. Mm-hmm. Fixating on 8 or 6. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rice.
So I understand right now we're in seeking some new information from speakers, but it's really difficult to know who are here, who are not here. So I'm going to provide opportunity to the people who actually have some new information want to share, and then raise their hands and use my time. So first I'm going Calvin Hamilton. So if you're still there.
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you. And so you have anything new you wanted to share with us?
Yes, I wanted to, the reason why I raised my hand is because one of the speakers was saying that they want to know that they've been heard.
So sorry,
and to know that they've been...
We're heard. It's difficult to hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Okay, if you could close.
I think that's a little bit better if you could just continue to speak up, please.
Okay. Let me know if you're not hearing me well. Yeah, I was responding to one of the speakers who spoke earlier saying that they want to be heard, and to have the unit count change from 8 to 6 will show that they've been heard. Now, it's not really just about being heard, it's a matter of what's best for the city. And I would urge the council to really look at the vision, look at why we went down this road in the first place, and understand that it is one to try and reduce the chances for urban sprawl, sorry. And we shouldn't be looking just 5 years down the line, 4 years or 3 years down the line. We should be looking long term and to how we protect the city from urban sprawl and to be going into sacred land to our hosts, the indigenous people. So there's a lot of factors we need to be thinking about, not just affordability, which is very important, but we need to be designing and planning the city in such a way that we control the way we move out. And we need to keep to the remit. I think 8 is the right size to start with to try and control density as more and more people come into the city. If we go back to 6, I think we're going to lose the opportunity to control.
Thank you for that. I also want to give some opportunity for other speakers as well. Lydia and Kwan.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you, Councillor Rice. As listening to this discussion, there's several points I would like to make, but I would like to focus on good planning because I think the last speaker makes a good point. There are many different issues here. The speaker before, Ramon Soames, also mentioned some projects are poorly designed, and I think those are the areas that we really want to focus. There's no question there's very good infill developers out there. They do a good job. There are many or some that may not, and may be new to the game, that kind of thing. And those are the concerns that the public would have, on this sort of issue. So when we're talking about good planning, the other thing that you mentioned was lot size, so when you talk about 8 to 6 or 6 to 8 or whatever, if you have a lot size at 600 meters square versus 900 meters square, and you get that in older neighborhoods, that variation, an 8-plex is going to look very different depending on that context. It's going to look very different when you put it into a neighborhood that's tightly packed versus loosely packed, that kind of thing. But I do want to remind you that there are 2 main objectives here that need to be balanced. The one is around density, which we're doing. The other is preservation of neighborhoods as well, preservation and enhancement. That is an important factor.
Thank you thank you so much. Yeah, I heard the different factors we need to consider, not only one size for all.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did want to, there was new information around what we suggest as a solution. Is that appropriate to mention now, Councillor Rice?
Yeah, go ahead if that's new information.
We did submit something, because as planners, we looked at the MGA, and you do have an opportunity for holdings, well, I'm going to loosely call a holding bylaw under section 640, part 17 of the MGA, which would answer all these questions and provide an opportunity, and I think you have that before you, where you could actually accommodate up to 8 under certain circumstances, but you're holding applications over 4 to make sure certain criteria get developed in the interim to assist you and engage the community during that process. It doesn't require re-advertising as a discretionary zoning would. So I notice I'm running out of time. So I will, do you want me to continue or should I just stop?
Thank you, Ms. Kwan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go on.
Thank you.
Councillor Jans was on, dropped off. Okay, I'm just going to take a few seconds. I just want to, I think Samuel Rad, new information in regards to proper design?
Yes, I sent you a video and a couple of pictures
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
it.
I first have to pass the chair to...
Oh, sorry.
Tag, you're it.
You can pass the chair to Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Samuel. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I sent a video and a few pictures of the 8-plex we just finished in Ritchie. I was wondering if you could play that, or I can share my screen, just so to show everybody what an 8-plex could look like. That's all.
I don't think the clerk is able to post that or to share. I just wanted maybe your thoughts on what is good design and how that could impact the 8 to 6 units.
I wanted to show the property in relation to the adjacent neighbors on the right and left side. The height, the style of the building, the landscaping design, the barrel sauna on site, the just the cohesion of how tenants are living next to the house owners on either side. It would have been nice to see the video in, like, I guess physically, to sort of get a feel for why the 8-plexes are so looked at as evil, you know, like when they don't have to be, I guess.
Okay, I'm thinking like some of the designs that you've got are, it's already taken into consideration some of what we're looking at in the motion, I guess the original motion, for not having every door facing like the side adjacent property. You've got them front facing, looks more like a house that people are used to.
A lot of it is common sense, you know, Councillor. Like, I think if we, I mean, I'm just suggesting, obviously, but rejecting this motion and going back to the drawing table and coming up with a point system, I think that's where we need to be. At 1 or 2 or 4 or 10 or 20 or 4 or 8, 6, doesn't matter. The number doesn't matter. If somebody wants to produce a bad product, they will.
Okay.
You know?
Thank you. I think that sort of sums it up. Appreciate it. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. And I will take back the chair, Councillor Principe. Thank you. And do we need to vote on an additional round?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I'll go back to Lydia for a moment. Thanks for being here. And I think why I'm going back and forth so many times on this is that, you know, even in your answer, like what I just heard, it feels like it's somewhat in conflict with the email that you sent us about, I think earlier today or whenever it was, about that holding piece. Because I feel like the answer I heard from you in the question you got asked was that, you know, we need to work on the design and the massing and the structure and the impact of that to the neighboring homes. But that does seem to run a little bit in conflict with then this number conversation, which right now to me I'm still struggling to see how the number is impacting life in the same way as the massing. When I've seen the examples of these large giant structures, and that's on the table to be fixed. So I wouldn't mind just you helping me feel what I feel like is a conflict. Maybe it's not. Maybe you wouldn't agree with that, and you can tell me why.
Okay, no, I don't agree because there are a number of issues when you're designing anything in a neighborhood that come into play. So the context is everything, as we've sort of heard reflected in many comments, is that different neighborhoods are very unique. And so when you have a blanket zoning and you have one set of rules that applies to everyone, you're going to get something that looks like apparent conflict. But if you have some criteria that are more context sensitive, then you're going to have less of that conflict because it'll be clear, just like you did with the mature neighborhood overlays. It allowed people to understand that in these neighborhoods, you have to think about a few other things that you might not have to think about in other neighborhoods. Yeah. So that's where I don't see that there's a conflict from a planning perspective. You're always balancing a whole bunch of factors. Sure. But I do want to comment a bit that, we're talking about a very small percentage, as the administration pointed out, of housing. That this to do something that allows us to develop those criteria more clearly would enable the developers who may not have all of those standards in place or whatever, or just simply not know the variations by neighborhood, especially if they're coming from the outside. It helps everyone in the process. It provides that certainty. It provides that clarity. And that's where I suggested the holding bylaw, because it's not worded quite exactly. It's an interim bylaw, but it's the same kind of approach you took with the MNOs, but it does not require re-advertising all the extra work that discretionary zoning would do.
I'll double check that with admin, but my understanding is that still does require re-advertising, even the way that you've sort of described it. But I'll come back to that in just a second, because I hear you on the content. So I think I've agreed with.
Can I just comment that on the re-advertising to have clarity on this, is that you re-advertise when you lift the holding bylaw. Now, I think you're right. That needs to be clarified by administration.
Yeah, so I'll do that right away. I want to go back to that last point, because again, I think in your last answer, I think I pretty much agree 100% around the context. And I mean, even some of the changes that are before us today, changing building length to a certain amount and percentage, these are all things that are taking into the context a bit more, are designed to take more context into mind. So I guess my biggest question is around the number piece of units. I'm just trying to figure out the order of operations, because what I'm unsure about is, if I go from 8 to 6, am I basing that today off any good land use planning, or am I basing that off another reason? I hear a desire from everyone, from yourself, from folks in Edmonton's Neighborhoods United, from Grow Together YEG. Everyone seems to want to talk about the number, but I'm wondering the right order of operations to talk about the number. The mayor suggested if this motion is approved, then he will have a subsequent motion that says, let's all get together and figure out what the right number is, with data around affordability, around context, around all of these things that would then allow us to make a more informed decision. So I want to get your take on that suggestion from the mayor.
And I've done research in other cities and municipalities, and generally the rule of thumb would be to go up from 4. A lot of cities do bonus density, for example, where they they use it as an incentive to encourage certain things, on a lot. So you would go up from 4, and up to 8, that kind of thing. But going down is a lot more difficult. It creates less certainty for everybody. Yeah. So it enables that discussion, that conversation to occur. And that's what's missing, I think, in this piece, is that everyone, people have a property interest from the developer coming in, but so do the people around the development as well, because they've contributed to the value of the neighborhood.
Appreciate that.
So I think it gives a respectful conversation.
Thank you. I'll have to cut myself off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I didn't want to have to cut her off again myself. Up next, we have Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So moving back to the second round of questions. Maybe Calvin Hamilton, if you're still available. I don't really want to focus on the cost of building and the prices and that sort of thing. What I want to focus on is like the land use question about the 6 and 8, and that there are developers who are building 6 on that with that land use, and so I'm really trying to understand the and I I don't want to focus on the dollars there, or on what's feasible or not feasible, but it seems that some people are using the land at 6. That seems feasible to them.
Yeah. So thank you, Councillor Hackett. What I will say is that it really depends on what we need to ask is, when did that developer purchase that land? Has he been sitting on that property for many years? How much did he buy that property for? Because unfortunately, it's going to come down to cost for a developer to develop that it makes financial sense. No one's doing anything just for charity alone unless they're rolling in with money, so to speak. So for someone to be building today, being able to build for put 6 units on these interior lots, it's usually because they've been sitting on that land for many years and they bought the land very cheap. So when they do their numbers, it still makes financial sense. To do that today, you know, buying a piece of land to develop 6 units on that lot, interior lot, is going to be very hard to make the numbers work because of the price of land, price of materials, price of labor. So sorry, cost is always going to be a factor as a developer trying to develop affordable housing here in Edmonton.
Yeah.
This isn't good enough.
And here we tread into uncomfortable territory in that if we go from 6 to 8, that's going to make those lots even more expensive, which would make the sale of the units higher. Does it all even out? But it also affects our larger city goal about zoning when it comes to affordability and density.
But is it not the common rule of supply and demand? I think we have to always remember that. It's about supply and demand. And if there's not enough supply and demand is high, then cost is going to be driven up. But if the supply is there, there's a balancing act here. And what we've got to try and do here is to provide the supply that meets the demand so that the price will be at the right level so we all can turn around and say, this is affordable. We can afford to live in these units. You know, those who are not earning, you know, money like some others are, that can afford to live in those units. So it is all about supply and demand. We need to supply more in order to keep units affordable.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll go back to Mr. Smythe. After hearing that, you know, one of the things that we heard from the community over and over again is that these infills are not affordable. And I'm getting some echo from you, Mr. Smythe. And so we're hearing that these units are not affordable. They get upset about that. But moving to 6 would make it even less affordable. Like it managed the reverse argument that the community was making. Thoughts?
Yeah, certainly not being an economist, you know, it's certainly I understand where the previous speaker was coming from, and I fully understand that and agree with that. You know, is it a substantive enough difference to really make things unaffordable? It seems like our population forecasts over the foreseeable future are not what they were in the last 3 or 4 years. So, you know, I just wonder out loud if that's going to actually be the case, that things will get more or less affordable. And the other piece is this to building up trust with community. I think there's, you know, council has to balance all of those factors to make the decision, hopefully today.
Thank you, Mr. Smythe. And Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I just want to double check if Speaker Chin Bin Lee is there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so I saw your hands up. Do you have some new information you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I do want to share. I'm actually representing a group of investors over here. I sort of want to bring their angle to in front of the councils. Their attract become the city supporter because of two reasons: the future-focused policy and the credible sort of path forward. They're attracted by the city's engineered info progress and market verified program. When I see that, this kind of practice, other than, different than other cities, we actually have a quite long time from skinny, half duplex, and all the way to current status. And we're still trying to rebalance and make it better, optimize, right? But when they beginning to support this city, the carefully studied procedure, they know we are gentle density, we encourage affordability. Most importantly, the full procedure going through 3 years, 2021, public consultation and staff refining in 2022, public hearing 2023. So there are a overall procedure. So they get the confidence because of the future focused policy and our credibility, and they decide to invest or support in the city's long-term plan. Those one, they actually immediately transit their confidence to commitment. They purchase land, they get this, architectures, and then they submit develop permit, right? I want to emphasize over here, those people are supporters. They are not speculative, please. They focus on the priority growth areas, right? And then they invest their significant personal saving time, energy, right? And putting the project totally following the rules that currently applied. But what happened right now? Some of them, as mentioned, one of the speaker, they spend 90K, but because of the sudden change, right? That's the financial impact. There are another one have a two projects that are not complete, approved, or even though they submitted, one of them submitted at September. So the request here is, I heard one of the council actually mention that, right? We are not against in thoughtful planning. We have a lot of good information over here, and those supporters are along with the community, along with the city. They want to sort of support the city to be a better city, but we have to have a fair and lawful path forward, right? Especially for those one already submit develop permit, totally follow the city's rule, right? And you should give them a grace area.
Okay, so thank you for sharing your perspective on this. So
thank you.
I would like to use the rest of time and go to Miss Morgan here. So I heard, yes, the organization right now is operating as an umbrella there, and we still have the different perspective in terms of unions. But I want to confirm with you, I think I heard many speakers talk about this, and I agree with. We are not here to fight about the numbers. We're here to fight the principle. So can you repeat the principle you would like to say and to be reflected in this decision-making process? I want that to be emphasized, and that is important for a council to hear what is the principle and really reduce the impacts from this infill, and we have talking over and over.
Sorry, so you mean just in relation to the 8 to 6, or?
No, the basic principle, and we are here to make this decision, not about 8, 6, 4, 0, 1.
Like bringing trust back to communities and being heard at the table? Is that in relation to the question?
I'm sorry, Councillor. Yeah, your time is up. Did somebody want to move another round? Did you want to finish off your questioning, or that's? No, by moving another round. And-
I can move another round.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, but I will, just before Councillor Rice comes back for a second round, just remind those online that part of our expectations of speakers is that the use of the raise hand feature is not permitted, so if you could please refrain from that. It is distracting for others. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just use this time and then for you to finish that answer for me.
I think, you know, as City Council talks about the 8 to 6, you know, it's a bigger conversation. Obviously, like, we encourage this kind of conversation because it is about growth, right, and making compromises and knowing that we can come to the table as a group, even if you're for this or against this, that we can have a conversation around what looks like good density in our own neighborhoods. So I appreciate sitting here and actually being asked these questions. And I guess the other part is just, you know, the 8 to 6, I think, you know, from a design consideration, that would allow you to do a duplex with basement suites and a garage suite. It does give you different kinds of topography of building, not just massing in one type of unit. I think it would allow for different kinds of development within that site.
I know during this conversation we have many technical factors to be considered from land use perspective. But I found that there is gaps there and between our Edmontonians and what the policy and talk about land use. So that is why I try to fill that gap and to ask why, and then the response and from Edmontonians, also your organization, to really see this decision-making process is lack of people feel like be heard, lack of like trust there, and so not technical piece. So because right now and to address all those problems, right now we're not addressing the problem, and we try from technical perspective, but I don't know if technical perspective would address all the problem, all the questions here. So that's why I try to get a better understanding from you, and based on the conversation among the neighborhoods, and what specific expectation from Edmontonians say, if council doing this and could address us, and if council doing this could reduce the impact. So that is a question I try to get some answer, and even though sometimes I ask myself as well.
I guess one of my worries is if you're staying with 8 or you're going to take it off, and, you know, in the future we're going to have a conversation. That's my worry. Like, what length will that be when we can actually come to the table and have a conversation around that? It's really about, you know, October is going to happen, and then maybe there won't be time for us to bring this forward and have a bigger conversation around it, and bring those neighborhoods that you were asking for their voice to be heard to the table in time to have these realistic conversations.
Okay, so I yield my time, and thank you, my colleagues, for that in my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And seeing no other questions, anybody want to sign up to speak to the amendment? I'm sorry, any councillors or mayor? You're going to close, yeah. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I've gone back and forth on this probably 100 times. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm trying to remind myself that we've got a whole other set of changes that we're not debating that are likely to get approved, my guess, with very little debate, that are actually going to have a pretty substantial impact on the things that we've been hearing about over the last year. So we've spent most of our time and attention on this number piece, which, to be fair, still feels fairly arbitrary to me. I hear some community members say this is a show of trust, that doing this is a sign of trust that will open it up. And I want to believe that, but I also am worried, and there have been speakers and, that have talked about being open to nodes and corridors being increased, but at the same time have registered to speak in opposition at our public hearings. And so I want to make sure for doing this that we have that. And so currently, and I genuinely am very interested in my colleagues' perspective on this, I am considering voting no to this motion to not pull this out so that we would go ahead with the reduction to 6. But what am I looking for? I'm looking, and I'm making eye contact with Edmonton's Neighborhoods United. I'm going to make eye contact with Mr. Smythe. I'm going to make eye contact with a lot of folks here to say, on Edmonton Neighborhoods United website, if this was to be approved and then we go down to 6 with subsequent work to engage, right now on their website they have their petition is to repeal this zoning bylaw. That doesn't feel reasonable, just if I'm being very blunt, because that goes back a whole host of steps back. So if this is to be approved and we stay at 6, is that website going to change? And it's not a question, sorry, I know you won't be able to get a chance to speak. Is Edmonton Neighborhoods United going to then come out tomorrow and update their website and say, hey, listen, we've seen some changes, and now we want to go into the next step of what engagement looks like? Not going and repealing a bylaw, but refining and continuing to work on that. I'd like to believe yes, and I heard some reasoning and some answers today that would suggest that might be the case. Because I think on the other hand, I've heard, and a number of emails I've gotten have actually been split pretty equally between those who want to see us stay at 8 because they feel that any give is going to result in a further backtracking. And so I don't think that those folks have been willing to give either. And so this is part of this polarization of this discussion, all at a time where there's a number of other changes that are going to have some really positive impact on the design and feel and look of buildings, which I think are truly the things that have the greatest level of impact. So pending the feedback of my council colleagues who may speak to this, my feeling would be that I would vote no to the amendment on the floor so that we could continue to proceed to what is seen as a bit of a middle ground at 6. But I would also then hope, if we go down that path, that we have subsequent work to look and genuinely dig into the affordability conversation around 6 to 8, the other aspects of this, because right now I am not confident we have enough good data to have set on a number. And I think the final thing I would share is that the decision to go to 8 was not done arbitrarily. There was a lot of analysis and work that went behind that through our administration, and I really appreciated that. So I wouldn't want that to be the end of the conversation. I'd want that to be a sign that says, yes, we're hearing some folks who feel a particular way, and now we need to go and do more work together. So that's where my head is at right now on this, recognizing that all of the other amendments, and that public hearing is still open, so I don't want to close off that discussion, but just to say I think all those other ones are very thoughtful amendments, and this one has received a lot of time and attention, and I'm not sure we're at a place yet where we can make the best decision. So how do we do it in a more thoughtful way going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate the richness of conversation that we've had and the variety of perspectives that have been brought forward. And again, I think we've heard this continuous call to listen to Edmontonians, and what I've heard is a mix. To my colleague's point, we really have been listening. I certainly have been out in community, hearing residents, seeing firsthand some of the real challenges that have come through with the new regulations. We've talked about the long walls, the side entrances, poor design in some of these buildings. And those are very, very real shortcomings in the zoning bylaw and gaps that absolutely need to be addressed. And as mentioned, I think we have a suite of amendments that are looking to do that. I am, very supportive of those, and I think that they do respond in a positive way to the feedback we've been hearing. We've also heard some very serious impacts of construction, and that's also not something I take lightly at all. It is a lot for neighbors to bear, and we need to ensure that we're ramping up our enforcement resources to keep up with the increase in infill. Again, seeing how the city has navigated in the infill process, there's been, really phenomenal work done previously to have those conversations to improve construction accountability, and we need to be doubling down on those because we did see real positive impact from those that has been eroded and what we can get back there. Where I continue to struggle in moving from 8 to 6 is I just don't follow how it delivers a practical solution to the challenges residents have raised. So going from 8 to 6 doesn't reduce the massing of the building. It doesn't improve construction practices. It doesn't make buildings higher quality. And I don't think it resolves parking either. Again, that is something that depends on the households, and we're not at the point of regulating households. But what it does do is reduce the number of units being built. And by what exact margin, none of us in this room can tell, but it is lower. And this comes back to something that I've heard overwhelmingly in this term, is the need for affordability for Edmontonians. Edmontonians are facing a range of affordability pressures, and while the city can't control a lot of them, housing availability and property taxes are the two levers we're most able to pull. And infill is a very key way that we can affect those. So we are currently the envy of our country with our housing affordability. And it's not an accident, and it's not because demand has been low. We've been growing considerably and yet maintaining our affordability. And that comes to the regulatory framework that we've created to enable that. Infill is also critical in moderating our costs as a city and our taxes. Infill has marginal impacts on operational costs for the city compared to new neighborhoods where we have new streets to plow of snow, remove of sand, new grass to cut. That all comes at an expense that doesn't exist in the same way when we add infill to existing neighborhoods. And the fact that we are realizing those benefits, I would argue on track with our objectives, but even ahead of those goals, I can't see as a bad thing. So there's absolutely work to do to make infill better. I'm committed to that work to make infill better, but I don't believe we should make it less. So I'll be supporting this motion and appreciate the mayor for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe. Oh, no, sorry. Is somebody else on the board to speak? Oh, well, Councillor Principe, can I just get you to take the chair for a brief second?
Sure, I'll take the chair.
Thank you. I just want to say to Councillor Knack, with what you've said, you've convinced me even more to support this. You talk about that, we don't have enough good data, and that we really need to dig into it. So I think that's more reason that we need to delete this, and then hopefully with the movers' subsequent motion, then we'll also dig into that data a little bit more. I'm just worried that we might not only lose those 2 units per building, but we might lose the whole building for a total of eight units. So I will be voting in support, and I think you should reconsider your thoughts. Thank you.
I'll return the chair.
And I'll take back the chair. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got some interesting conversation in front of us, and what it amounts to is you follow a road that invites people in to have a conversation. It basically delays what is essentially almost an arbitrary move from 6 to 8 based on feedback from a small portion of Edmontonians. Or do you decide now, 8 to 6, and then engage in that conversation, which we are going to engage in anyway. And there are some very compelling arguments here on both sides. One is very logical. It's extremely logical, and it's infallibly logical. You stay with 8. But there's also that acknowledgement that the people of Edmonton are not uniform in their decision. Probably most people don't even think about this at all. It's not going to be applicable to them. In my neighborhood, we're not going to see infill probably in my lifetime because it's a newer neighborhood and we already have the density. But for the neighborhoods where they are affected and do care, it's everything. So it becomes this debate, I guess, of do you just look at the overarching narrative, or is it incumbent on council to engage with pockets of community all the time and try to find things that work for everyone? Now, we're hearing from developers that going to 6 will just raise the prices on everything. We're hearing from neighborhoods that they want affordability and that infill is not affordability. Well, this makes it even less affordable. And we also know that even with what we've got now, it doesn't put a dent, a sizable dent in the need. And so going from 8 to 6 is intentionally saying we're going to increase housing prices. Unless there are other options. And we heard floated the idea of increasing density along nodes and corridors, which may actually end up being really helpful. And so the question before us is, do you have that conversation with the public? Find the acceptable way to move forward for a number of different concerns and communities? Or do you just arbitrarily do it? And that's something that council was blamed for in the last time. Oh, you arbitrarily put in this infill. And I was like, oh, now you're arbitrarily taking it out. The logic doesn't add up. Either you change the way that you change the zoning, or you just keep doubling down. And that's what I'm seriously debating with, because do I think that the people who are affected are truly affected emotionally? Absolutely. Is it enough people to change the entire zoning bylaw? I don't know. So that's why I'm leaning towards supporting the mayor's motion so that we can have that conversation. But I'm also leaning toward just getting this out of the way for now and then look at the alternatives. And as you can see, there is no clean and easy decision here whatsoever, because we know why we're doing this. Edmonton is not affordable by mistake. It's affordable by intention, by policy. I see people shaking their heads. Okay, well, we are unique among all the cities in Canada. I guess it's every other thing that makes us unique, that makes us affordable, rather than the policies by which we have functioned. I don't know. Which again says maybe we need to have that conversation. Because once you form a premise, you end up trying to fit all your facts into that premise and it gets warped. And that happens on all sides of an argument. Maybe we need to unpack that. I'm sure that wasn't helpful to anyone at all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And next we have Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. You know, like a lot of my colleagues, I'm kind of disappointed that we're even having this conversation today and that this amendment is on the floor. It was extremely frustrating, the process for how we got here, with the reduction of from 8 to 6 units. And it's been a frustrating conversation all along the way. But what I keep coming back to is process. And I heard so many concerns, it doesn't matter on what side opposed, in favor, that process is important. And this process with this particular item has not been a process that I can stand behind. It was rushed. We spent 5 years. We compromised already with the zoning bylaw. We looked at so many different aspects, but ultimately the zoning bylaw is not meant to solve all of the issues that I think people are aspiring to it. But it is simple supply, demand, economics. And I don't have line of sight into the true consequences of reducing to 6. It's definitely tempting to want to reduce to 6, but I think we also forget that we've essentially already done that. If we support this amendment today, but we approve the rest of the design changes, a lot of the small lots, like the ones in Greenfield that are mentioned, would already not be allowed to develop to 8 because of those design requirements. And so we need to really understand and have that conversation. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Paquette. Like, the conversation is ongoing, it's iterative, it's never ending. It's an ongoing engagement and dialogue. But we also have to always be strong in our processes. And I keep coming back to the fact that the changes that were recommended by administration on June 3rd felt responsive. The changes that came forward at the Urban Planning Committee on June 17th and what we're debating right now with this amendment on the floor felt reactive. And I don't think reactionary decisions are the best policy decisions. I think we should keep it consistent for right now. We heard the harm that uncertainty and these kind of rush decisions can cause in terms of a chilling effect in the market. I'm not saying we don't go to 6 in the future. I'm saying we need to keep some continuity to our processes. Let's keep it at 8 now. Let's have the conversation and really look at all the data to make data informed decisions that are sustainable decisions. Because I think we can all agree that if we change it to 6 today and then we change it back to 8 in a year, we change it again to 4 in a year's time, that is not what anybody wants. And so let's actually just take a beat, approve the amendment before us right now, approve the rest of the thoughtfully discussed changes that will already, in a sense, in the smaller lots, limit the number of units. And let's have a bigger conversation, but let's do it in the same way with the same grounding we used and the principles we used that brings in diverse Edmonton voices and really has everybody understand what that will actually mean for affordability, what that will actually mean for supply and demand, what will that actually mean for, like, what does even neighborhood character mean from one neighborhood to the other? We don't even have an understanding of that. What is it that the character is that defines certain neighborhoods that we're trying to preserve? I don't even have a line of sight to that. So there's so much opportunity for some of that rich conversation to continue. But I really encourage my colleagues that are on the fence to support this amendment before us right now that the mayor has put on the floor. Let's keep it at 8. Let's have that dialogue in an actual process-driven way and a data-informed way going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. I think a lot has been said, so I'll just build on a few things here. Number one, I think in this last little bit in particular, heard a lot from speakers around this point of being heard. And I think if you weren't being heard, we wouldn't be doing this 1-year review to begin with. We wouldn't be administration wouldn't have put forward some of the recommendations that affects the facade, that affects the size of the building, which I think is an issue that a lot of people have talked about. I don't know, and I think I'm not clear whether being heard is honing in on one particular thing, or is it about what is the right tool to address the problem we're talking about. I think the recommendations as part of the initial report around limiting side doors, improving facade and building designs, adjusting building length for row housing, these actually get to the heart of a lot of the issues we heard, issues of shading and massing, issues of setbacks and side door privacy, issues of community character and raising our design standards. We should be doing that. Issues around bad infill. I don't think anybody wants bad infill in their community, and that's why, you know, repeatedly we talked about, I believe in the need to crack down on bad infill, and where I think we're going to see some of that. I would love to bring back the infill liaison team, as we heard some people talk about, and those are will continue to be some of the directions that I look forward to putting forward and discussing. And I think on this last point around the process of policy development and governance, I think one of the speaker, Morgan, you talked about this feels like a bigger conversation, and I would agree with that. I think beyond looking at what has been recommended after pretty thorough analysis and throwing down a new motion that gets administration doing some retroactive analysis, I don't know if that is the best process for policy development. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what the impact would be. I think we've heard from speakers, we've heard from some experts, academics, we've heard from lived experience in the residents, and I would like that to be a pretty thorough a thorough conversation. I'm not going to harp on kind of the other elements. I think they've been kind of highlighted quite a bit, but just wanted to close on this point around being heard, because I think what I'm struggling with too is that if we hone in on this one particular element and say we do this because we heard half of the room here, what about everybody else? I think some of the speakers talked about, well, maybe we need to get everybody together and talk about this, and I would agree with that, and I think that's what the subsequent motion that will be put forward in the event this passes, I think that will actually address, and that is, I think, very much the conversation we need. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate everything that's been shared so far and the thoughtful dialogue from my colleagues. And thank you to all the speakers who have engaged in this lengthy conversation and been part of the discussion, as well as administration for answering all of our questions and helping guide this. Yeah, I'm reflecting on over the past year the successes that we've seen with our new zoning bylaw and the resulting thousands of new homes, and the shift that we started to see towards more of those homes being located within existing communities in an infill context. It's exciting to know that we are making excellent progress towards our targets and offering wonderful places to live in wonderful communities within our city. While much of our conversation has been around mid-block RS, the success of the zoning bylaw extends far beyond that, and as colleagues have mentioned, it is widely admired across the country. As expected, these changes have come with some growing pains, and that's normal, and that's expected. And the growth that we've been experiencing is not solely a function of our zoning, it's also a function of the macroeconomic conditions that we find ourselves in, general population growth, federal programs that are out there, cost of construction, price of debt, and just the maturity of the industry in general. When I look at the levers that we do have as a city to make progress towards the city plan, broadly speaking, I think we've been stepping up as a city and meeting the moment and making steady progress towards those overarching goals, not only through things like the zoning bylaw renewal, but through district planning, proactively upzoning priority growth areas, activating some of our larger redevelopment sites like exhibition lands, programs like the Infill Infrastructure Fund. There are a variety of levers that we're pulling on that work in concert to achieve our redevelopment goals. And no matter what happens with this particular vote, Edmonton will continue to be leading the country in smart and fiscally responsible city building that supports affordability and livability. So it's important to not lose sight of the steps that we have taken forward. When I look at the suite of changes that administration is recommending today, I'm most optimistic about the changes to building length, side setbacks, the orientation of doors, the additional design regulations being added to ensure that buildings are fitting into neighborhoods. It's also positive to see that these changes are responding to the feedback and concerns that we've been hearing from community members over the last year. These are the types of changes that I think are actually going to address the very real concerns that we've been hearing and that I hear regularly out in community, and will ultimately support better quality builds in our neighborhoods. I'm also reflecting on, this conversation, these changes are affecting different neighborhoods to different degrees. And I may be hearing different things in the ward that I represent compared to my colleagues when I'm out in community, just based on those different contexts. And in this case, I'm leaning towards supporting administration's full suite of recommendations as they're presented in front of us. I can understand the rationale and the arguments that have been put forward, and I want to ensure above all that we keep our momentum going towards our city plan goals. That being said, I do think there's further work to do here. I think we should be looking at things like dwelling limits that are relative and contextual to the site size, as opposed to just trying to pin a number in the bylaw. I also think we should be looking at allowing more opportunities for homes where it makes sense close to transit and areas identified in our district plans. I think there's some really rich work that can be done in that space now that we're 1 year in and we've seen how the bylaw is playing out on the ground. Based on what I'm hearing and those who have spoken before me, it sounds like if my math is right, it sounds like we'll likely be staying at 8. And if that's the case, I think there's a real opportunity with subsequents to take a thoughtful and considerate approach that centers data and evidence and enables us to look at potentially even better tools than just unit count to truly address some of the concerns that we've been hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. If no one else, then Mayor Sohi to close, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who have engaged in this conversation over the last number of days, I would say number of months and years, because this is not a new conversation that we are having. I first got elected in 2007, and some of the lengthiest public hearing that I have gone through were actually lasted days and days and days on just a single site zoning, right? So we have come a long way in where we were and where we are today, and we will continue to have those conversations. I really appreciate all of you making the time. So when I'm sitting in this chair, I'm absolutely paying attention to those who are able to come and share their views with us. Very, very important that we hear these voices. But I'm also mindful there are many, many voices that will never reach City Hall, because they are just out there struggling, making their ends meet, paying their bills, and struggling with the day-to-day affordability crisis that so many Edmontonians are struggling with. And these are the people who need affordable housing in our city. So supply plays into that, so absolutely. Whether 6, 8, these are arbitrary numbers, right? So, but I think the more we can build, more affordable we will remain. So I want to keep that in mind, voices that are unheard often in these conversations. What I heard from those who were able to present, there are issues around infrastructure, and we are tackling those issues. There were issues around waste collection. We have ways to tackle those issues. There were issues around parking, traffic. We have process in place that can be utilized to activate solutions. I heard about shadowing, size of buildings, bad developers. We have solutions, and we can implement solutions. Lack of enforcement, mature trees, and all those things, right? And I think we have not done enough to mitigate those concerns, and we need to double down on making sure that we are offering those the solutions to them. But I also see this as an opportunity to depolarize this debate. The subsequent that I'm going to propose, if this passes, or maybe even if this passes, is to bring people together who have different views. I envision organizations like Better Infill, Neighborhoods United, Grow Together Edmonton, IDEA, Infill advocates, and community coming together and really figuring out, okay, if we're going to do this, and how are we going to do this, and how are we going to continue to do this, let's figure it out. Let's figure out what that consensus looks like. I think that is where the solutions lie. Whether it's going to be 8, 9, 6, 7, I don't know. But we have 8 now, so let's work with that number and then figure it out. I think that will help us provide some solutions. I would say June 3rd presentation from administration really highlighted how administration has been listening and engaging and then responding. And the design changes, the shrinking of the building envelope, shrinking of the depth of the walls to the side and proper windows to the front and covering to the front, and all those things respond. I think those are the better way to respond. I think there might be ideas out there how we can actually do better design. I think that is why let's stick with it. Let's have that conversation. That will be very, very thoughtful conversation. That will be very engaging conversation. That will pull people together from different perspectives and may hopefully give us more sustainable long-term solutions that allow us to build a more compact, denser city in areas where we have seen population decline, in areas where corner stores are struggling, in areas where schools are struggling to have kids from the neighborhood where those schools are, where we are struggling to pay the bills of providing services because of the cost of serving suburban sprawling communities is much higher than serving people where services already exist. So let's have that conversation. So please support this, and I encourage you to support my subsequent after this as well. I'll have opportunity to speak and explain in more depth.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Thank you.
We'll return the chair.
Okay. With that, we are back on the amended motion. Bylaw, amended bylaw, moved by Councillor Knack and seconded by Councillor Tang. Okay, are there any other amendments, right? Or any new information that you want to ask questions on? Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask administration or maybe clerk, the motion that I had made prior, in reference to the corridors, nodes and corridors, and the criteria for having 2. Would it be in order for me to request removal of criteria E?
May just want to take a moment and make sure that that is within the scope of what's before you, because what's before you is the bylaw. So can you just give me a moment to check that?
Sure.
I think Edmund wants to say something. Oh, no? Okay. Sorry.
I was just looking to clarify that's in district plans, the criteria.
Sorry, that was the amendment that I had made prior. Sorry, let me.
Yeah, I believe the amendment was to refine or look at policy 2526 and
2526. I mean, it was.
add or delete some pieces.
Right, it was 2527, right?
Right, whatever the new
Changed
number,
to, yeah. So just removing criteria E.
That was a different bylaw, the different item, right? Am I understanding? That was district and.
That's correct. That's part of our district plans versus the bylaw before you is the zoning bylaw.
Okay, right. And did we not have an opportunity at this meeting to discuss that or to make a change? No?
So it was part of the overall agenda, and the item was heard on Monday, June 30th.
On June 30th, right.
So there was some confusion there. I think the motion originally passed, and then it was recalled, and then it failed. So I looked to clerks for advice on.
Yeah, that was a different item. I remember. Okay, thank you I remember that now. Then we have back and forth. So that was a different item that we already discussed on
That was
30th,
3.1
right?
and 3.2, yes.
Right, and we're still in this public hearing, right?
But we're on the public hearing on 3.32.
Right, so but we're still in the same meeting, so that I cannot, because even if we're still in the same meeting, we're on a different
suggest let's
item?
not deal with it as part of this item,
Okay,
because this is 3.32.
yeah, that was my question. I was just wondering, because we're still in the same public hearing, I wasn't sure if we were,
We are still in the same meeting, but we have to give some thought into whether or not that we can go back to that item.
right, yeah, that was the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put an amendment on the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
That bylaw 21202 be amended as follows. A, delete section 1J and 1K under part 1. Sorry, this is going to be a long one. B, add a new section 1J under part 1 with J, adding a new subsection 210.4.6 despite section 5.90.2 to section 5.90.5. Unenclosed steps may project into a required setback as long as the unenclosed steps 4.6.1 maintain a minimum distance of 0.6 meters between the lot line and the unenclosed steps. 4.6.2 do not project into a required pathway unless they form part of the pathway. 4.6.3 do not project into a required drainage path, and 4.6.4 do not project into a required setback used for vehicle access. And C, add a new section 1.k under part 1 with K adding a new subsection 2.10.47. In addition to subsection 4.6, unenclosed steps may only project into a required interior side setback where they have a maximum height of 1.0 meters. D, add a new section that's L, I believe, under part 1 with L, adding a new subsection 2.10.48.8 despite subsection 4.6.1, 4.8.1, where unenclosed steps are oriented toward the interior side lot line. A minimum distance of 1.1 meters must be maintained between the interior side lot line and the enclosed steps. 4.8.2, where unenclosed steps are oriented away from the interior side lot line and have a landing less than equal to 1.5 meters squared. A minimum distance of 0.15 meters must be maintained from the interior side lot line and the unenclosed steps. And E, add a new section 1M under part 1 with M under section 2.10, add an updated diagram under new subsection 4.8 to align with subsection 4.8.1 and 4.8.2. And to introduce it. Second, it got a seconder, yeah. Sorry, I was on a roll. So to introduce it. Some of the changes in the bylaw that are going to shrink the build form in the infill proper that we know about, and that are going to make a bunch of changes in the community that reduce the size of those lots. They've unintentionally also spilled over into Greenfield. And so it doesn't make sense for Greenfield to be under those same restrictions, since there will be no community character or anyone to worry about it. So while we're shrinking the size of build forms in the infill neighborhoods that we've heard from, it doesn't, I think that should not apply to new areas.
Okay, and this is what we heard from Bill. Okay, got it. And does this require re-advertising or no?
No, Mr.
These are
Mayor,
technical changes that can be.
Well, effectively, we're shrinking sort of the impact of the amendment after hearing representations at the public hearing, so I don't think it requires re-advertising.
Got it. Okay, good. Questions, colleagues? Oh, yeah, we are at break. Yeah, sorry. We'll be back at 3:45.
you'll be back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette is, I think, also coming back right away. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi's getting interviewed by media. Councillor Hamilton. No. Councillor Rutherford, I think, was no longer able to stay. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
And we do have Councillor Principes right
Hello.
beside me. I've only sat here for 3.5 years. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
And Councillor Rice is also here. So we've got the motion on the floor. Any questions on that? This is the amendment, not the overall bylaw, just to be clear that we're discussing. I think Councillor Paquette had introduced it already. I think Councillor Principe is clicking on. Councillor Principe, question?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette, to the mover, I just have a question as to why you brought this forward. I heard in your opening that, you know, about the difference in between infill and greenfield development, and just wondering why did this motion come forward? Like, why did you bring this forward?
Yeah, well, because, and thank you for the question. In the current wording of the bylaw, that smaller footprint and the greater restrictions that are in this section, if we pass it today, it'll mean smaller infill in established neighborhoods. But that build structure in Greenfield doesn't make any sense because there's no displacement, there's no neighbors, it's just new builds. Does that make sense? So it doesn't apply to the older legacy neighborhoods. This change would only apply to places that aren't developed yet.
Right, and so did this come forward like was this from a suggestion from someone,
Oh yeah,
or
this is from
did
consultation with the community, with administration, with builders, and there was some concern raised like, oh, does this actually make sense? Does this add up? Is it a 1-for-1? And obviously, no.
Yeah, and I just wanted to know what the impact was, like who initiated this, and just then to administration, the impact of this. This is is this a recommendation by administration?
We are okay with this. The proposed bylaw was in addition to additional steps that were required already. So what this does is just focus the amendments on the RS mid-block zone, which is germane to today's conversation and others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion to put inside. I do have a few questions here, and because outside Handy in South area is a new development area, and then it's not like the infill. So because we just started this motion, we didn't see this in advance, and with so many sections going one by one. I want to ask mover, the motion you make this amendment, you try to address the density issue, or you try to address what a specific issue? Because right now the newer neighborhood areas, the density, what I heard is the feedback, the impact for the development, and is already too squishy. There is no the proper in some area, and what I heard, the complaint from residents is the street is too narrow, there is no sidewalks, and there's something there's definitely their design needs to be improvement. Is this motion will address those concerns, or specifically is a different focus?
Oh, sorry. Who are you hearing this from?
I heard from residents.
In which area?
The newer South Handy area. For example, Chappelle. For example, for other newer
Okay.
neighborhoods.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Newer
yeah.
neighborhoods.
All right, I got
Because I
that.
have many newer neighborhoods and in South Hand area.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with sidewalks or roads, so it should be okay.
So then how this type of change how could this type of amendment could change the development to make those communities land use better? And that is my question.
It's a good question, and
Yeah.
I love playing administration, but we should probably go to administration on that one. I could answer it, but
So on the surface, this looks like a very complex amendment. However, what it is doing is really shrinking the proposed amendments down to the mid-block RS development. In particular, where we're looking at some additional space for those stairwells or whatnot. The impact on the Greenfield is outsized. It doesn't allow for zero lot line product to be developed, to continue to be developed without an impact, which has been going on for quite some time now. So what this amendment looks to do is just to really focus in on those RS mid-block impacts instead of opening up debate into other areas of the city.
Okay, so you can correct me if my understanding correct here. That means for the Greenfield area and if under R is zone mid-block, and then their design criteria or design measures will, if this amendment pass, and will use this instead of the old regulation and in the bylaw, and to really improve the livability and in the community. So that is what I want to know. Or is increase the density or improve the livability and in community?
Yeah, so right now, if you were developing an RS mid-block in Greenfield, you would continue to be subject to the proposed amendments, which increases the area for stairs and access and egress, improving that site accessibility and livability.
For
Okay, so
clarity,
that's
Councillor
good.
Rice, Build Edmonton Metro provided a letter to council articulating some concerns related to projections. This motion addresses those issues.
Okay, so it's more improvement, accessibility and livability.
Correct.
Okay, that's my question because it's a complex amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other questions on the amendment? I see none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Paquette to close.
thank you, Mr. Ryan. Yeah, just quickly, I think it's self-explanatory, the motion, fairly straightforward and simple. But just to reiterate, if this doesn't pass, then Greenfield development will be under the same restrictions as infill will be if we pass the other part of the motion today. Because once we pass that other part of the motion, build forms will immediately have to be smaller than what is allowed now for infill, and that doesn't make sense to do that for Greenfield. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Are there any other amendments? Okay, I don't see any more. Then we have a bylaw on the floor. Can someone move to close the public hearing, please? Sorry.
First reading's on the floor, and then we would close public.
We can vote on the first reading? When do people speak then?
You have to close public hearing before second reading? So you can vote on
So
first, yes.
can council members speak on the second reading?
You could, or you could vote on first and speak then.
But we have to, vote on the first reading, then speak. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, please vote the first reading. Vote on first reading. then we'll close the public hearing, then we'll come to second reading, then people, council members can speak to it.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.32.
Second.
Okay, we have a second read on the reading. Closing, sorry, close first, close the public hearing. I'm had a pause, take it easy, deep breath. Okay, please vote. Closing the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Okay, we have the votes?
Yes, we do.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of bylaw 21202.
Second.
Now we have the second reading on the floor, and now floor is open for council members to speak on the bylaw. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the changes to that are recommended in this part of the bylaw for very simple reasons. One of the main things that we heard from public coming into this was the sheer massing that was permitted for infill. That I think got equated with 6 and 8 for a lot of people. That if we moved to 6, you'd have a smaller build form allowable, but that doesn't change at all, actually. The build form is handled by this part of the motion. So the build form will be decreasing for what's allowable. And that, I think, addresses the major contention that people had with things going up beside their house and things like that. Like, to shrink what is allowable, I think is probably, along with what I assume is going to be a subsequent for you that you bring forward that I can't talk about yet. We should be able to address the concerns of the community, maybe not as rapidly as some would hope, but far more effectively. And I think that should be the metric. How effective is addressing these things going to be? And so that's why I'm actually really happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel I have to speak to this. This is very hard. I was hoping to see a reduction of units so that I could support this. I do realize there are some minor, as it says right in the title, minor changes. However, those changes I don't think are going to address most of the concerns that we've been hearing. It's maybe a little too minor, and I may be voting against this.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I want to take a moment to once again thank all the members of the public who joined us on this, with various perspectives. Increasing density in our existing neighborhoods has been, controversial, and it's not a new thing. It has been happening ever since we have been pushing or encouraging more density and bringing more people into existing neighborhoods. So I acknowledge that there is impact when you try to redevelop in the existing neighborhood. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the voices that we haven't heard in the past, voices of young people, voices of those who want to support more density in our neighborhoods, because I would say majority of our the entire city is beautiful. Edmonton is a beautiful place. But we also have very many beautiful, mature neighborhoods where people desire to live. And those places should be available for all Edmontonians from various backgrounds and socioeconomic backgrounds to live. Unfortunately, in some cases, those places are not affordable. So increasing density, whether it's 4 units, 6 units, 8 units, creates that supply that is more affordable than, say, a single-family home in that neighborhood, right? I think that is a good change. I also want to thank our administration. I know last few days have not been easy on you. It was Urban Planning Committee that initiated the conversation of going from 8 to 6, and that have definitely caused some tension, but it wasn't initiated by you, it was initiated by committee, and I take responsibility for that as a committee member. Maybe we should have been more thoughtful about that process, right? And also acknowledge that the process followed on June 3rd was more appropriate process than the followed on the last committee meeting. So I want to acknowledge the concern that Councillor Principe and Councillor Rice has raised about that process. So I want to thank our administration for that. At the end of the day, City of Edmonton has been providing bold leadership when it comes to infill, when it comes to creating diversity of housing choices and maintaining our affordability advantage when it comes to market affordability. And I take pride in that. I stand absolutely behind the work we have done over the last 4 years to take those bold steps and provide that kind of leadership that has put Edmonton at a national stage, I would say even North American stage, about how to use zoning to build an inclusive city. In my experience, zoning can be a tool to exclude people from a neighborhood. But zoning can also be a tool that allow us to build dynamic, inclusive, welcoming places for everyone. And housing is key to all sort of well-being. And I also believe that people from diverse backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, living in a neighborhood, sharing their different experiences, different aspirations, build a better community. So those who are worried about changing character of the community, I have seen community members embrace the change and turn that change into something better. I will share my first experience of rezoning when we had a proposal from Habitats for Humanity to build townhomes in the community of Beverly, in Gorman, and the community was up against it. We had close to 200 people signed up to oppose that development. But 2 years later, I was at the opening of those townhouses, and the same people who were opposed to that development were there to embrace newcomers into their community. So I think when people see change, they embrace that change. I think there's a fear of unknown that causing anxiety among people, and there's some experiences that has been dealt with, and I think design changes help deal with some of those concerns as well. So I think it's density is good from building a sustainable city, both financially and environmentally, but also building reducing our tax burden in a way that we utilize existing services in those neighborhoods. So with that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mr. Sophie. Just very quickly, because I already spoke to the amendments, I did just want to respond to a comment we heard earlier in the closing for this, which is that I think no matter where you were on the unit count piece, I do worry about not supporting this. We heard a lot of support from community members. We heard support from a lot of industry, not entirely all of industry, but a lot of industry, that these changes in the RS zone will make things better. And I think the minor changes that were referenced were specifically in regards to the RM and the RSM zone, which just changed the word constructed to existing to constructed. But I think when we're looking at design regulations, building length, site and design regulations, these are all actually pretty substantive changes that are coming into effect and sort of align with the process that the city has gone through. And being that we heard it from pretty much everyone, whether they were in favor or opposed, I would just offer a thought that voting no actually means that even those things wouldn't go through. And so I think they're actually very valuable no matter where people fell in the unit count piece. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.32.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration of the third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is granted.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 21202.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now on to subsequence. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Knack. What am I doing here? Councillor Knack.
Doesn't really matter, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
officially happy to take the chair.
That's another motion. I am on subsequence. Okay. Where is it? Here we go. I will move that administration provide a report on implications of amending the maximum number of dwellings on an interior site in the RS zone from 8 to 6, including but not limited to. An estimate of anticipated change in the number of dwellings likely to be developed on interior sites. Number 2, an analysis of impacts and opportunities for project constructability. 3, consideration of alternative amendments to respond to concerns related to building massing and community impact. 4, consideration of maximum dwelling limits relative to site size and in consideration of location, i.e. in nodes and corridors, in proximity to mass transit stations, and in other contexts as appropriate. Number 5, discussion on anticipated impact of housing supply and progress towards city plan, targets for development and redevelopment unit mix. And number 6, engage with interested parties on proposed changes, and due day back will be Q1 2027, Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, I need a seconder first.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Tang. I just want to make sure the motion you read in, Mayor, so he is slightly different from the one on the screen. I think that's getting updated because there was a 6th bullet point and a little bit more information in your 4th bullet point. So it's fine. You've read it out. We can start asking questions, and we'll get that updated on the screen as we go through questions. Do you want to start by introducing it, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I think I partially introduced this as part of the amendment. The intent here is to look at the implications of making those changes. Some of those could be good changes, or some may not be good changes, but also opportunities around. We heard that you could probably build more units, bedrooms and all that, right? And also we also heard from some of our community members around, when you look at the location of those row housing, many of them happen to be close to LRT stations, what is that trend telling us? Are there more opportunities around that, right? And then the impact on the housing supply and how are we moving towards the city plan targets for development, redevelopment unit mix, right? So I think it'll be a good conversation, and I'm also excited about the last part, which is the engagement with interested parties on proposed changes. We heard from diverse group of people here in the Chamber Hall, and I'm pretty sure all of them will be interested in engaging in this conversation, and that will provide future council with an opportunity to have a very thorough and comprehensive conversation when this comes to Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. And that was Q1 2027, I believe, was
Yep.
your due date. Thank
Yep.
you. For questions, Councillor Tang?
Just a couple clarifying. So on that last piece then, you're not just checking, are you looking at like a broad public engagement, or is this targeted stakeholder engagement to the mover?
I am more interested in target stakeholder engagement because
some of the ones that we've
what
heard
we
today.
heard today and over the last few days, right? I think those are interested, vested stakeholders, right? I think bringing them together from divergent point of views to probably try to build some consensus around what that mid-block and other opportunities could look like.
Okay. And so I just want to be really clear. So, I think you named in some of the earlier speaking, so the Better Infill, Neighborhood United, Grow Together, and any idea or anybody else. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to state that. And I think the other thing I wanted to just double check as well, because I think earlier in some of the debate and question and answer, I've heard you and a few other councillors talk about this subsequent motion is to figure out what is that right size and number, whereas here it's really focused around this transition and what is the evidence supporting supporting that transition, what would be the impact. So I just want to confirm that is the intent, is to really understand the impact of these kinds of changes.
That is the goal, right? Are you referring to number of units?
That's right.
Right. Yeah. I know there's been debate focus on 826, right? But I think maybe there's a flexibility through conversations. If, for example, part number 4 in the motion that talks about looking at lot size and the number of units that could fit on the lot size. If lot size is large enough, that could maybe fit 10 instead of 8, right? I think in my mind, my intent is more flexible enough. Maybe good question to ask to administration if they see that as a flexible enough to.
Sure.
I think so. Like there's the bullet on dwelling limits relative to site size, consideration of location, which is part of that feedback we heard in terms of number of units in proximity to nodes and corridors, or in nodes and corridors or in proximity to mass transit. So I think there's some flexibility there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mr. Mayor, just wondering if you had considered also including 4 units. Because we did hear from public that is something that they would like to see. And maybe this work could include implications on the good and bad of having 4 units.
I wouldn't see that as a friendly, because what I understand is that going to 4 units will be less than what we had under the previous bylaw. Maybe that's something that administration could
Right,
clarify.
but it's in all fairness, it's a different build form though.
Yeah.
But however, we would be able to have all that information in one area to refer to compare the different units.
Yeah. That wouldn't be my intent. I'm sorry. Like if you want to amend, it's fine. But that wouldn't be my intent. Going to 4, no.
Okay, and I guess administration, you wouldn't be doing that work to compare it to 4 units, so would you?
No, the clarity in the motion in terms of what that conversation is with community and industry is helpful in terms of setting expectations. So this is clear that it's about 6 or 8.
Right, okay, I'd like to make an amendment to include 4 units as well.
Second.
Thank you. So the amendment would be to go in the RS zone from 8 to 6 or 4?
Right.
Okay. So that would be an amendment.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. So to 6 or 4, that was moved by Councillor Principe, seconded by Councillor Rice. And so I can accept that motion. The only thing I want to just double check, because there was this is different because even though there was a motion related to 4 units at committee, this is a subsequent, we're comfortable with this. I think I'm comfortable with that. I just want to confirm from the clerks.
I would say this is a different conversation.
Great, that's what I was assuming as well, so we're going to treat it that way as well. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Principe, do you want to take 2 minutes to introduce?
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that we heard from a lot of speakers that many of them would like to see 4 units, and we've heard some concerns with the possibility of having 4 units. So I think that this would be a good way to see if it is something that is feasible, and see if it's something that see what the implications would or could possibly be if it were 4 units, and maybe we would discover that it in fact is feasible. So that is my intention.
Thank you. So now we'll be doing questions just on the amendment, to be very clear. So that just is on the addition of or 4. So we will not be taking any questions on the main motion. Councillor Rice, any questions about the addition of or 4? Go ahead.
Thank you. So just quick question to administration. If we add this 8 to 6 or 4, are you going to do both 8 to 6 and 8 to 4, or you are just do one of them?
I think it would be both, because the motion would say 6 or 4.
So that means both.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure, because 6 or 4. So that means 6 and 4. That's my understanding. Okay. So to the mover, and instead of changing this number, do you have any change, any amendment in terms like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items on this bottom, and then you still want the same information, and from those analysis, report, consideration, all tons of this things?
Right.
So then my next question is procedural question to City Clerk. If I have one more amendment, I would like to add under number 3, the consideration of alternative amenities to respond to concerns related to building, massing, and community impact for that piece. So if I'm going to add make amendment for that piece,
that'll come after this particular.
So
motion.
I cannot do at the same time.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to add a parking analysis as well.
You'll be able to do that. Yeah. After we vote on this amendment, then you would have the right to make that amendment as well.
So under a community impact.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, questions on the addition of or 4?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to get administration's perspective on that and just understand if some of that analysis was already done as part of the initial zoning bylaw renewal work.
I think we'd bring that research forward. I don't have the answer for you today in terms of what that analysis was. We do know that there was the possibility of 6 units in the previous RF1 zone through various configurations.
So what's your thoughts on this amendment then?
If council wishes, we'll investigate what 8 to 4 looks like.
Do you have any advice just in terms of in terms of the work that you need to do? Does this increase the work? Is it somewhat similar? Like what are the work work implications?
It increases the work. It'll duplicate or times the effort by 2 in terms of the likely analysis around the implications of 8 to 6, 8 to 4. However, it would be streamlined with probably a similar outside expertise around constructability that would do an analysis on removing 2 or removing 4 units and how that affects the buildability.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think that answers. Thank you.
Thank you. No, there's no further questions. Those were Councillor Wright had her questions answered. I see nobody else on the board for questions on this amendment. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Please sign up if you wish to speak. I think I heard clicking on Councillor Paquette's computer. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the motivation for this, and I get it, but we did hear from the community just today, this afternoon, that moving 8 to 6 would be a good compromise. And I think that's the sensible way to frame the conversation. If we throw in 4, we start muddying it, and I get worried for the community, because then something that was clear as a potential here that they want to have the conversation on suddenly becomes something else. And the more complicated it gets, the less likely it is to move forward. That's my concern. I've seen how this works in engagement, and it splits up opinions so much that it's very, very difficult to move forward. So I see the rationale, but just from observing how these things play out, I can't really support this, especially after the conversation we just had with people that Councillor Knack really engaged deeply on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think this just sort of sets us back a little bit from the, I guess, the reason for the zoning bylaw renewal, understanding that, you know, at one time it was 6, it did go up to 8. Now we're looking to take it below that 6. And there, from what I'm hearing as well, is that there was some analysis done on that, but it would just add more resources, more work to something that I don't know if the greater community is asking for this or if it is just a few. So I will not be supporting this addition.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I was not planning to speak, but I heard some comments. I think I have to speak. This conversation started October, and even October 2023, and we have like almost close to over 700 public speakers come to the chamber and to talk about what's their perspective on the rezoning and the city is going to do. At that point, at that time, and we heard very clearly from public, and then there projected some significant community impacts, and in terms of how we built the housing and infill, specific infill housing. Right now, and during this 1-year review, and we had the 2 times committee meeting, urban planning committee meeting. We have many people and publics come to speak the impacts after 1 year we implement this new zoning bylaw, and then plus, and then we have those last few long days and the public hearing. We did heard people talk about the unions, and then specific maximum, and then from 8 to 4, not only 8 to 6. I think 8 to 6 is come to the middle, and when we reach that, try to balance. But the 8 to 4, the voice and from residents still very strong. So if we are going, we have so comprehensive information sharing from publics and from city administration, from public speakers. right now, and for the motion to put on, say, let's go back to do this 8 to 6 conversation again. And then plus, we want to limit this conversation only to from 8 to 6. I think from efficiency and effective perspective, this is not, if we only limit it to 6, this is not a good use of our resources. So if we are going to repeat this conversation, repeat this process, and to get involved, more conversation, more process with different stakeholders and then the industrial, also residents, and why we cannot efficiently use the same resources to do the comparison and to 4, and to get the information, to get the data, and to say, this is from 8 to 6, this is 8 to 4. Let's say all the community impacts. Let's say all factors and as the one set of the data. If we're going to make data-based decision, if we're going to make evidence-based decision, this is opportunity. And why we limited us as a decision-making body to this opportunity. So this is, I'm really confused and feel frustrated. So I can keep going, but I want to save some time, and because I hope we can finish all today. That is my point here. I really encourage my colleagues to consider this is great opportunity and not limit ourselves or repeat in the future, say, let's do another time 8 to 4 analysis. Let's do at the same time, efficiently and effectively. That is a good governance, give the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, no, I'll just be really brief as well. Won't be supporting this. I think it was mentioned that this would set us back a little bit. I would say that this would set us back a lot, close to 10 years. It was also already mentioned that this analysis was done as part of zoning bylaw renewal, and I'm also reflecting on the difference between an 8 to 6 conversation or an 8 to 4. Administration did bring forward the recommendation to go to 8 to 6, and council now has the opportunity to say, okay, let's take a look at that, but let's make sure it's a data-driven approach. There was no recommendation or contemplation of an 8 to 4 from administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Just very quickly, a lot is not a lot. It's not a lot. We do not have standardized lot sizes. We should not have standardized unit numbers. I think the amendment should be voted down, and I actually think the movers should maybe consider a change as well too, to look at. I'm getting eyes. No? Okay. Well, I think the we are miscommunicating with Edmontonians when we say things like X units per lot, because a lot is not a lot is not a lot. So stop playing the number game. Start playing the measurement game. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you. I agree. We need to do more about lot size and ensuring that it's the proper size, not just units. However, we've heard from people that they would like to see 4 units. I think we should be showing them why or why not there should or should not be 4 units there. If we are, or if council is saying or administration is not recommending 4 units, we should be showing why more clearly. And I will once again say that it is a different built form. You cannot compare the 6 units from the previous bylaw to 6 units now. It is a totally different built form, and as well it would be a different built form with the 4 units than it was to the 6 units from the previous bylaw. I please consider supporting.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is defeated. We did have another amendment from Councillor Rice, I believe, to the original motion, or to the original subsequent motion. Councillor Rice?
Okay. So I would like add just one piece for the consideration of alternative amenities to respond to concerns related to building mass and community impact. So for this community impact, can we just add including the parking?
Sorry, are we asking a question to inform whether you want to make this motion?
I want to ask
Okay,
the administration for that wording,
Go ahead,
just
thank you.
very simple. If that wording works.
I assume it works. We do have open option parking where we remove
So
parking minimums.
I'm not talking about the parking requirement. I'm talking about analysis of the impacts of the parking and with those development. So it's two different things because we're in this motion talk about analysis for the community impact. I would like to see the parking impact and in the community. So that is maybe you can advise me what is the proper wording for that.
The wording is it makes sense. So
Yeah,
that works.
that's the only piece I would like to add. And then because if we're going to do those
Do
analysis,
you want to move that just, and then you can
Yeah,
introduce
move it.
it? Sorry,
I move it,
You're
yeah.
moving that,
Yeah.
and I'll take a seconder from
Second.
Councillor Principe. And now, sorry, please go ahead, Councillor Rice, you can introduce that.
because we heard and since 2023 to now, and then so for all those infill development, specifically in the mid-lock development, and the lack of the sufficient parking and really impact the neighborhoods, the specific for mature community characters. So how we can really make sure the parking will meet the community needs and then minimize the impact for the existing community and for the safety. And even like I heard many people talk about the safety, the kids, the seniors, and in the community. So I think parking could be consideration and then how that impact or what's a way we could address those concerns to reduce the certain impact. That is the reason I would like to add that piece into this future work as a one piece of the analysis.
Perfect, thank you. And sorry, I should have done a check with my colleagues first. Is this friendly? Because if it is, then no. Okay, I'm seeing a few shaking heads. So great. Well, we've seconded and introduced, so not friendly. So therefore, we will debate just the amendment of the addition of and parking. Councillor Paquette, do you have questions? Go ahead, please.
Do we have an extensive study on parking that exists currently?
Yes.
We have worked through the curbside management strategy. What we would envision this to be is that we would look at the impact of a select number of individual row house projects to see and to study and analyze what is being provided versus what is being used.
Yeah, okay, so I guess I'm just confused by that because we heard that some are providing it, some aren't. So how do we create a usable metric out of that?
Again, what we would do is to take a selection of projects, a random one, and we'd do some data collection on it.
Would that give us anything fundamentally useful?
It would tell us what those select projects are providing, and if it's a big enough sample that's statistically valid, then perhaps it could tell us what's happening in other places as well.
All right, so it would give us maybe an update on what the impacts are. And I guess I'm assuming that in that analysis, because it doesn't say this on the motion, so you kind of have free reign, it would sort of tell us what it looks like.
I think it would be a data presentation in terms of what you would see back in any sort of council report, because we would need further direction or motions to do something with that in terms of changing how we regulate parking, because right now open option parking is the current bylaw, which rules every zone.
Right, okay. I'm not clear on what the approach would be. I'm not entirely opposed to this. It might be good information, but it would absolutely depend on how we gather the data. Otherwise, it's just stuff, right?
Agreed. We've just seen this motion as well, so we would have to work to see what it means as we move forward and create the work plan for it. But we would look to incorporate strategies to manage, and not necessarily to manage the supply, but manage what the demand is out there.
Okay, and then I guess the last question would be, it would be a snapshot in time, but it wouldn't take into account how people are engaging with the economy and their travel culture as that's changing over time. Yeah?
Like any data set, it is a snapshot in time, correct?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, questions on the amendment?
Yes, without that parking in there, if the consultation that's being done with the community brings forward maybe some concerns about parking, would that be looked at then?
As part of this broader motion, it could be.
Okay, because as part of the impacts, if they have concerns with it, I think I would just like to leave it at that if the community brings it forward as a concern rather than specifying.
Thank you. There's no further questions on the board. Anyone wishing to speak? I'm not seeing anyone click on. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you so much, and all the good questions, but there are 2 points I really want to emphasize here. Number one, and yes, our city did a comprehensive parking-related work, and then the regulation changed a few years ago, and there is no minimum parking requirement for any development. That type of work, if that work is working really well, we will not hurt the concern and in the public hearing over and over. But this concern brought to this chamber, not only about this bylaw and with many other specific sites development, and we heard this concern. We cannot ignore them. So this concern needs to be addressed, and then to demonstrate our council take action and listen to the people. So I want to emphasize that number 1 point. Number 2 point, if we are only just say community impact, not a specific park impact, and this is actually not clear for the scope of the work administration is going to do. And because for the major mature neighborhoods, the community roads and the streets were not designed to have that capacity to hold additional parking. So if we are going to support the infill development, we need to put that as a consideration to say what is reasonable infrastructure to really make sure the infill development will support people to live there, have better quality of life, have even daily convenience to parking, to go in, go out in the community. So that is people's daily life. We have to take seriously on that. So that for these 2 reasons, I really encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. And then it's at the same time, and then we heard from city administration, they can go in to collect the information and get the data to demonstrate what parking impact could happen, what we could make some change and improvement, and to really reflect the principle we mentioned over and over to bring our community, our people together with us for this rezoning implementation.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That motion has failed. Back to the original motion. I don't think there was any other amendments I'd heard about. Were there any further questions on the original amendments or the original subsequents? Councillor Rice, did you have any, that, you did yours, I think that's an old one. Yeah, okay. Councillor Jans, do you have questions on this? No? Then I see no further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to this subsequent motion? Councillor Jans, are you still there from before, or are you wanting to speak? Sorry, there was a lot of head nodding, and I don't know which direction you were going there. You want to speak? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll speak in support of this. I mean, I'm still, to be honest, I'm still so shocked that where we are, just the outcome of the last, that a vote could be so close. Yeah, I'm still just processing. I'm still just shocked. I'll support this. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I'll support this. The only thing I'm gonna say is, like, we don't need to delineate everything with community impact, parking, waste bins, etc. I trust admin, just like they do on every other report, to bring forward what they hear and what we're hearing from other folks. So yeah, I have no words. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice to speak. Go ahead.
So even though the two amendments did not pass, I still think to have the information to engage Edmontonians for the further conversation on this change, I still see the value for this work. So I just want to say, even though, and then the two amendments, I would like to see the two amendments to pass. But I want to see this door be open and then to have further engagement and further conversation. So I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really happy with this motion. I think it makes a lot of sense. I know, and for me personally, it would have been very satisfying to just jump right into a change, but there are a lot of questions that have to be answered for good governance and doing the due diligence. This is an opportunity for the community to engage, to have conversation. What? Are we okay? Okay.
Sorry.
This is a good opportunity.
There was a little crosstalk. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, for the community to engage and have conversation, and to discuss exactly what they spent days telling us they wanted to talk about. This is the opportunity to do that in a way that everyone gets to put everything on the table, look at the why for the infill plan, but also the why for the community about why it may not fit specifically for them. And maybe, and I can't presuppose anything, but maybe each community is going to be a little bit different. Their approach is going to be different. Their stated wants are going to be different. A motion was on the floor that looked at numbers. I think all those numbers are going to be discussed in that conversation. This gives at least a framework for that and a focus. And frankly, to be blunt, this issue desperately needed to be depoliticized. Politicizing land use is an incredibly poor way to run a city. Incredibly poor. If we can, everyone can just take a step back and take this out of the silliness of an election season and put it where it belongs, into a place where community voice is heard clearly, recorded. It's not just, they don't just come to public hearing and get their 5 minutes. They can actually sit down and have real conversations. And that's really what I heard people wanted most of all. There were lots of different ideas about, should we go 8 to 6? Should we not go 8 to 6? You know, it was very split. But I think this is a way for people to come together and reach a general consensus, if not perfect agreement. But at least it's the proper way to do it that the community was asking for. They wanted to be engaged, they wanted to talk, they wanted to be heard, and they wanted to have a say in how their communities develop more than they felt they had. And I think they deserve that too. I really do. I think after COVID, we kind of lost a bit of that public engagement. And I think that what we're seeing is that it's a real desire. And I think that we should do more of this. So it will be quite interesting. We heard some really interesting ideas. You know, I'm going to single out Rob Smythe about like maybe we can even adjust how we do nodes and corridors compared to how we do mid-block in older neighborhoods. I'm actually very intrigued by that because if you can change the levels and still get the same results, I think that might be not a bad thing. And so we'll see what happens in this conversation. I think it's kind of exciting. And I think that the mayor is absolutely on the right track of opening the doors, bringing people in, rather than just making decisions without people having a chance to have a proper say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, to close?
Yeah, thank you so much. I know, we hear public perspectives in this chamber hall, but that does not mean that our conversations stop in this chamber hall. We have numerous conversations among colleagues, keeping our mind open to hearing various perspectives. And I know that some of my council colleagues are they represent communities where infill is happening more than some of the other communities. I think, and I, as mayor, been always mindful of how do we bring those perspectives into something that I am putting forward, right? So as a amendment or a subsequent motion. So want to thank about the engagement on this. My goal of this subsequent motion is how do we bring those diverse perspectives together at the same table where we're able to have very good, thorough conversation about unit count, design things, parking issues, and many, many other issues that we have heard from the community, and really find a way to probably bring down a little bit of the temperature on this, right? And then depolarize this debate. There are a lot of emotional feelings attached to this. Absolutely, I understand why, because people are seeing impact on their neighbors of infill. So I absolutely acknowledge that. But this is something that we cannot stop doing. Infill is not something that we can stop. It is so essential for everything that we do as a community, from as I talked about earlier, sustainability of every type, the inclusivity, using of existing infrastructure. So infill is a good policy, good thing to do. What we need to do is bring the community along. And I think this subsequent will allow administration to go back to those stakeholders, go back to what we have heard during this conversation, and initiate those dialogues and look at opportunities and also deal with some of the constructability challenges that have been identified, and also some other opportunities that have been identified on where we can do more. I am really looking forward. Like, I wouldn't be here for that conversation, but I want to make sure that we are setting the path forward to have that conversation in the future, and really look at bringing community along. I think this subsequent after engagement will help us do that, right? And I firmly believe in community solutions. There are solutions out in the community, but we just need to bring them together to come to a common ground and common understanding. And I see potential of that here. Good.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
I move this is I have two subsequent motions. One that administration include amendments to zoning bylaw 20001 to exempt entrances on the side of a building along interior side lot lines that abut an alley, interior public walkway, or in other contexts as appropriate from the regulations related to maximum number of entrances in the RS small-scale residential zone in the next omnibus scheduled for Q4 2025 City Council public hearing.
Second.
And just to quickly introduce, so this is related to some of the comments we heard around activating light corners, about context-specific design. The speakers said it really well, and I don't have the notes from them, but this has came up in previous engagement, but required council motion to get this going. So that's why I'm putting this forward.
Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Just a question about timing, recognizing there's a lot of other stuff going on, right? And if there's a possibility of aligning some of this work with my previous subsequent motion, right? Tying into some of that, right? And bringing them kind of together, that give you the opportunity to have these conversations and also community conversations, right? That you would have as part of the subsequent that have been just approved.
The date can be changed if council wishes.
You will be open, Councillor Tank, to have that come along with the...
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm okay with this, but this is a timing administration also recommended with the next omnibus. I think the point of this is also they're not exactly the same as a regular mid-block lot. So that's kind of how I interpreted this. But perhaps administration have other insights around this type of lot next to alleyway, walkway, etc., versus some of the ones what we were just talking about in the previous subsequent.
This is a very narrow scope amendment. It would apply to a very limited amount of lots next to these walkways.
Yeah, my concern is that it opens up a conversation that requires, even though it's narrow, but still opens up the conversation that requires more thoughtful conversation that subsequent will generate, and that's my concern. That is kind of one-off opening of the zoning bylaw that may not have that holistic kind of approach. That's my concern. So it's if you consider it's friendly to be bringing forward, I would appreciate.
Are you making that motion to, you would like to see if it's friendly to just align that with the motion you just made? Okay, is there any objection to that? I'm not seeing or hearing any, so we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Are there any other questions, Mayor Sohi? Thank you.
That's it, yeah.
I'll return the chair.
Okay, all right, any other questions? Seeing none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tank to close? Councillor Tank to close?
Yeah, just, I think this is a really reasonable and modest ask from the community. I guess I didn't really sort of contextualize it with other subsequents, but it's just something I wanted to put forward. Thanks for all the input, and look forward to how this comes out.
Please vote. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Please vote. Oh, sorry, display the votes.
Just waiting for your vote.
My vote.
Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Go ahead, Councillor Dent.
Mr. Mayor, I have a second one. That administration prepare an unfunded service package to reinstate the Infill liaison team for consideration during the fall 2025 supplemental operating budget adjustment.
Second?
Councillor Stevenson seconded. Okay. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, so this is, again, something we heard during the last many days about, I think, effectiveness of a dedicated team to, I think the key word I heard was about relationship building with neighbors, with communities. This is different from, I think, what is commonly known as Infill compliance, which really focus on bylaw enforcement, et cetera, but the liaisons really focus on relationship building. You know, previously we've had this team, a two-person team that, you know, from some of the speakers, we heard about the positive impact they have made. And that was, you know, at a time when Infill was very contentious, and then kind of tapered off, and I think I can understand why this team was no longer around, and I think now is kind of a time to bring them back. We've also seen the landscape change quite significantly with other community groups. Some of them we named in the last subsequent motion. And so I think ideally, you know, this team will work with some of those players in addition to kind of, I guess, neighborhood-specific developments. And this is a resource issue, so I guess I will look to administration to kind of tell us what is appropriate, but my expectation, I think if we had two-person team previously, considering some of the other organizations now in this space, that's what my expectation is a two-person team. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues?
Yes. So during all the public hearing, we never heard anybody request this. So that's number one. Number two, I want to ask administration, what is your current resources doing this type of work? I believe the work has been done by your team, and you have resources, and for all those Infill things, and
Our teams aren't currently doing this type of work.
Yeah.
So this would require new resources.
so this is just request new resources. And for the motion just passed, is that for that motion just passed, from the motion from mayor just passed? Is this resources, this request is just support the work for the motion we just passed?
No, the Infill liaison team supports live on the ground relationship building with neighbors that are undergoing infill, or at least that's what they did. We would have to rescope in terms of what this team is expected to do. And right now it's unfunded, so there would need to be a debate for a funded service package or an unfunded service package in the fall SOBA if council wishes to proceed with this.
So the work is ongoing, is already.
The work is not going on right now. The team was dissolved prior to and in alignment with the zoning bylaw renewal project. And so the team does not exist right now and it will require new resources if council wishes to fund it.
If the team does not exist, and then for this similar functionality of these new resources are going to do, is that a functionality already existing, and then your existing resources already perform that functionality, or right now you add a new functionality, you need new resources to perform that new functionality? This is two different things.
This
Yeah.
would be adding new resources to perform new functionality. We currently do not do this work.
So currently, we do not do this work.
Correct.
So what's the benefit for this work?
I think that needs to be debated by council, and we would present that unfunded service package and include what the roles and responsibility of those positions are and the outcomes that are expected of it. We don't have that right here, right now.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Mayor
Thank you.
Cynthia, can I move to extend orders by 9 minutes to finish?
There's no more subsequent motions, right?
There's one more potentially, but I will either make it as a notice or not, but I just.
So 5:15, let's make
5:10.
5:10, okay, good, okay. Okay, 5:10. Please, second council, please vote.
I am a no.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. The vote's just on its way. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We have a motion, so we have a subsequent on the floor. All the questions have been concluded. Anyone to speak to the subsequent? And Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, sure. I will say that we actually did hear from speakers. It was in one of the panels for in favor of the omnibus motion. And while I think one person doesn't necessarily say it's the vast majority of how people feel, I think Kyle actually pinpointed some of the piece that has been missing in this entire zoning bylaw conversation and some of the infill conversation. And repeatedly, we have heard about the breakdown, the polarization in the neighborhood. And he was very articulate around how this particular team actually served to build some bridges there. And I thought it was, a sound recommendation. And this is not sort of the be-all, end-all of this particular service package. I think there will come another budget time decision point as well for further information and debate. That's it.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I'll move that administration provide a memo on infill compliance resources funded through the Development Services funding model, including current operations and how existing infill compliance programming will be adjusted to reflect growth in development activities and trends.
Second.
I think Councillor Stevenson had been working on that.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Okay. Make an introduction, please, Councillor.
I, again, appreciate that there will be a separate presentation in September around the overall branch budget. We've heard, I think, from too many folks about the need for additional resources on infill compliance. This memo would give us the necessary information to determine if a motion needs to be made for further funding, which I think it will. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack to close.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Are there any other subsequents? I don't see any. And notice, okay, notice the motion, okay. This is it, clerk, we are adjourned.
Unless you're going to call for notices of motion?
Oh yeah, notice of motions and motions without customary notice. I don't see any. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate this. Oh, so hold on. Quickly. Not adjourned yet. Not adjourned. Okay, notice
I'll
of
make a
motion.
notice of motion.
Yeah.
That administration prepare amendments to District Policy 2.5.2.7 to remove criteria E and return to a future council public hearing for consideration, due date Q2 2026. Thank you.
I'm sorry, when are you going to make that motion?
At the next city council.
At the next council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that's in order? In order? That's in order?
Notice of motion is
Yeah,
not
no,
debatable.
Good,
Yeah.
good, okay, no worries. We are